Hello, everyone. I believe I'm live, but we're not 100% sure. So if someone in the chat could let me know if I am live or not, that would be helpful. Yes, great. Okay, thank you, Gavin. We will wait another minute or so and then probably get started. I am just kind of getting myself set up in this phone booth that I'm going to be in for the next few hours of my life. And while we wait, I might as well let people on my Twitter know that we're going to be going live shortly. So I'm just kind of tweet real quick. Okay, perfect. I am good to go. Welcome. I am going to try to build a Shopify app without writing any code or changing any code. I am going to do this in prompts only using Gadget. I'll explain what Gadget is as I build. I'll explain why I'm doing things a certain way. Before I get started, maybe a little bit of like a background as to who I am, what Gadget is, and how technical I am, so you can kind of get a sense of what you might be capable of doing with the product. So I'm the co-founder and CEO. It's a app development and hosting platform that was initially intended exclusively for Shopify apps and the Shopify ecosystem, but has since expanded beyond that. It's used for custom and public app development in the Shopify ecosystem. There's about 400 apps in the App Store powered by it, and then a few thousand enterprise custom apps that agencies build for really big brands. And what I'm going to do today is build a product reviews app. There's tons of these in the Shopify App Store, so the point here is not to build something that I intend on making a ton of money on. I run a company. I have a thing I do. This is mostly a demonstration of Gadget's capabilities and just how far you can get without writing a single line of code. This app is going to pass Shopify's App Store review, guaranteed. It's going to be multi-tenant, meaning many stores can install it without worrying about their data being leaked from one store to another. It's going to be very scalable. You can hammer it with 10 API calls or 10 billion and it won't care. And that's because of the serverless platform Gadget that it's built on. And it's going to have a front end, a back end, a database, an extension, all the things that we're going to need to power a nice product reviews experience. I'm going to start this in two parts. At the beginning of the stream, because I think this might go on for a little bit, I'll do like a very basic reviews app, something that lets a shopper from a store ensure or prove that they have previously purchased and then leave a review and then display those reviews to future shoppers so they can search through them. That'll be kind of step one. We'll build that out. I might even submit that to Shopify's App Store because sometimes it's easier to pass their review if you build a smaller app and submit it. You can continue to work on it after. And so I'll probably keep working on it and then add a little bit of differentiation to it. So what I'm thinking is there's a really cool tool called clay.run. And we use it heavily at Gadget just to enrich signups. So you pull in whatever data you have, you send it to Clay, it tries to figure out who the person is and gives you more data back. I'm going to try to use Clay to decide if the person leaving a review is a VIP, someone with a lot of social media followers, if I can find their social media via Clay. And if they have enough followers, I might immediately offer them a discount code if they leave the exact same review on their social media as well. So they'll leave a review for my store. I'll check who they are in real time. If they are someone with a big enough following, I'll show a discount code for some dollars off and say, hey, why don't you go post exactly that review on platform XYZ and get this code in exchange. So that'll be kind of the more complicated part. We'll do that probably after lunch. I'll probably need to take a lunch break somewhere. And so that's kind of how I'll break up the part. Simple reviews at first, take a little break, make it complicated. Okay, let's get started. I believe everyone here can see and hear me. This is a new tool I'm using, so I'm just kind of getting acclimated. I just want to make sure that once I'm streaming, I can still stop and answer questions if needed. But I'm going to need one of my colleagues to help me figure out which questions to pause for and which ones not to pause for. They're watching the stream, so they'll let me know. There's just too many going on. Okay, this is Gadget. Can you all see my screen? No, you can't. This is Gadget. Can you all, here, let me just ask my colleagues. Okay, letting my colleagues know to let me know if there's any questions. Okay, so I'll talk through the platform a tiny bit. I'll start an app and then I'll open a little bit of a document to actually start planning some of this application out. So Gadget's an app development and hosting platform. As soon as you create a project, you get all the infrastructure, the hosting, as well as a connection to Shopify's APIs if you pick the Shopify app template. And all of that is done by us as soon as you name your app. And then from there on, you'll work with the AI assistant to kind of customize it, write the front end, back end code, create the database schema, and publish it. I'm not going to tell the assistant what I'm building. I'd rather kind of do this in smaller chunks myself with the assistant's help instead of letting it kind of run wild. And I'm going to pick a public app. So the difference here is like a custom app is intended for one brand. It's usually enterprise brands that have really specific needs that need like a specific app just for themselves. It's designed to allow everyone to see all of the data in the application because probably everyone at that company trusts each other. Whereas a public app is an app being sold to many different brands that do not trust each other and therefore don't want to leak their data and share their data with one another. So this is multi-tenant, if you hear me use that term, and this is single tenant or custom and public. So I'm going to build a public Shopify app and I'm going to call it my vibe coded reviews app. And I'm going to do this in Remix and TypeScript. So Gadget supports Remix and React Router v7. So it's all React front end. The back end is Node. The database is Postgres. What you're looking at right now is the IDE, the Cloud IDE. So you can run Gadget in our Cloud IDE directly on the web, write code, look at your files, deploy, do everything here. Or you can run Gadget locally as well. So if you run this command in your terminal, if you're a pro developer who knows what all of the stuff I'm talking about means, you can run this in your terminal and get Gadget locally, use Cursor, use VS Code, whatever you like. But our web ID is what I'll be using today because I want to use the AI assistant pretty heavily. The IDE lets you code, look at your logs, preview your front end. So our front end will show up here once we have a front end, and test our actions and deal with this thing called background jobs, which I won't bother. I'm not going to touch anything but the assistant, hopefully. So I'll talk through what's happening on this side, but I'll largely be working on the assistant end. Now, let's get started. I'm going to open up a new doc and just jot down some requirements. And I like to think back end first, then front end. So you'll all have to just kind of humor me as I work my way in the opposite direction that most of you will likely want to work in. So the first thing I always think about is like tables of data. What data is stored that I really care about? So there's probably like a table called reviews that's storing the reviews about each of the products. There's probably Shopify product data needed somewhere. Order data. The reason I need order data is I want to make sure you actually ordered from my store before you leave a review. So I'm going to look something up about the order and check that you are the person you claim you are without building a whole complicated verification system. Because again, like people are just leaving reviews. This doesn't need to be Fort Knox, but I would like to do some validation that like they actually made a purchase. And the way I'm going to do it is I'm going to take some things from the order that they claim they made and ensure that they can verify them. Or maybe even put the order ID in like an email, and if that order ID is there, I know it's them. So I'm going to get the order data, some product data, reviews, maybe some product media as well. So probably somewhere in my review UI, I'll want to show like, hey, leave a review for this t-shirt. And I'll want to show a picture of the t-shirt. I think Shopify calls these product media. By the way, I don't have to look this up just because I know where the data is. But again, if I didn't, I would just open up a new tab. Where does Shopify store the media images for their products? And frankly, you can kind of go in and talk to the AI assistant in Shopify's APIs as well these days. So you can kind of figure it out on your own pretty quickly just by looking at some of their documentation and seeing where the stuff you want is. I know that anything related to media for products is in the product media table, and so that's what I'll be using. Apologies, the screen was really, really small because I am a psychopath, and I don't know if you noticed this, but I live on 67% zoom because I like really dense UIs. People don't. So here's 100% zoom, which to me feels like it's for a 2-year-old, but makes for a better live stream. So that's what I need in terms of tables: a reviews table, some information about the products, some media about them, and then the order details, including maybe the actual line items, the individual products that were placed. Those will be kind of my tables. Backend API, I probably need to send an email when the order is fulfilled to the shopper, asking them for a review. So I'll probably have to remind them, not when the order is placed, but when the order is fulfilled, that, hey, it's time to go leave a review. I'll need some way to verify that they have placed an order in the past. And right now, my thinking is in the email, the link that will go to leave a review, I'll just put the order ID in that link. And so when you get to that page, I'll assume that if you have that order ID in the URL, you have access to the email. If you have access to the email, I'll just assume it's you. Again, these are product reviews, so it doesn't need to be that secure. Famous last words. Okay, so put order ID in the URL that is sent along with the email, so that when the shopper opens up the review page, I actually know who they are and what products they are supposed to be reviewing. And then finally, I think, and this will be later in the day if we get to it, when a new review is added, look up the individual adding the review using Clay. And if they have a social media follower count greater than, let's say, 500 on any social media platform, offer a discount code if they share it on their social platform. So the idea is like the UI, actually here, let's write out the UI. So 2 parts, and I like to break UIs down by surface areas or the people who are interacting with them. So I think of this app as there's an admin UI for the store staff, and then there's a shopper UI for the shoppers. Let me just do a quick little check and see if I'm okay or if there's anything I should be addressing. Zoom in more. Okay, I will zoom in more. And let me do that. Hopefully that's better. Okay, great. So for the admin UI, I think this is where the store staff are going to see the reviews. So probably a place to see all reviews and maybe some like reports if we have time. And then for the possibly if we have time, also like add a publishing workflow where the reviews aren't only shown on the store if the store staff approve them. Which is probably how every review system works because they're always way too close to 5 stars, all of them. And so I bet every single store is just picking the reviews they show, obviously, and hiding the rest. So I think I probably need a publishing workflow too. And then on the storefront side, two things. One, a UI to collect reviews from the people who get to the page from the email. So I'm going to send the email. The email is going to have a link. The link's going to go to some UI to collect reviews, and then a UI to show reviews on the product page to future shoppers. And maybe this is just like a list of reviews as well as some sort of search. So you can look for certain keywords. So that's kind of the app I'm going to be building, I think. There's going to be some other little kind of things to navigate as we go. Like one thing I suspect is like, where am I going to store the reviews? Am I going to store it in the Gadget database? Or am I going to try to get the AI to store it directly in Shopify? So there's a few decisions to make along the way, but I'll kind of make those as we go. Let's get started. By the way, for those of you who joined late or haven't been following me on social media, my background is while I am the co-founder and CEO of Gadget and have been quite involved in the building of the product, I'm not a traditional developer. I would call myself a pseudo dev, a very, very, very technical PM who has written some code in his life, but never professionally. I was never paid to do it. I'm a bad developer. Learned some programming way long ago, and I remember some concepts, but I cannot write code. And frankly, the languages I learned are irrelevant today. And I'm going to do this mostly navigating Gadget concepts I already know and understand, but anyone can learn within an hour or two of reading our docs. And so if you consider yourself as technical or more technical than myself, you can build any Shopify app in Gadget. And if you're a little less technical, you know where I stand and kind of how to peg yourself against me. So that should give you a sense of like what you can accomplish in this thing. One last thing I'll say is like, while I am not a professional development, just my career has involved working with developer products so deeply that obviously it's rubbed off. And so I'm not also claiming to be a non-dev. So I'm a pseudo dev, whatever that means. Cool. Let's go and build. So we got Gadget. We opened up an app. We got hosting, infrastructure, Postgres database, backend, front end, all the libraries on Google Cloud, fully set up. I do not set up any infrastructure. If I want to create a table, I can add models. If I want to add code, I can add files, but the AI is going to do everything for us. So we're going to start with the Shopify connection, and I'm going to do things in tiny little chunks because I'm really hoping this doesn't go haywire. And usually when I do things in big chunks, things do go haywire. So let's start by here. I'm building a product reviews app that needs the ability to read and write product, or probably read products and orders from Shopify stores, including the product media and the order line items. Like, this is all the data I want from Shopify. AI assistant, go give me an integration to Shopify that gets me this data. Now, one of the things for those of you who are not super familiar with Gadget is like our approach is somewhat novel in that like we've had a framework we have been building for a couple of years, and that framework is really designed for high throughput and scale. So the idea is like when you build your app in Gadget, because it's built a certain way, we can just guarantee that it can scale, and we'll keep scaling it for you, the database itself as well. The reason we can guarantee that is that framework I mentioned. And the reason I bring up that framework is like our approach to AI is slightly different in that like we don't actually ask the AI to write all the code. We have a framework. We've built things and features into that framework, including the Shopify connection. And so when there are concepts in our framework, we tell the AI to reach for those concepts instead of writing code from scratch. And that increases the accuracy a lot. And so we do that for things that just need to be good and secure, like how the CRUD API talks to a database, how you connect to Shopify, how tenancy and provisioning are done. In these areas, the AI tries not to write code from scratch because why? There's a right answer, there's a wrong answer. You want the right answer. Why take a guess every time with AI when you can get a guaranteed good answer? And so you get a slightly more polished experience. So what happened here? Well, I got a ton, a bit too much, and this UI really sucks. I hate it. I will change it, I promise. So Gadget went ahead and created a connection to Shopify and then proposes adding what it calls models, which are tables, and APIs, CRUD APIs. You can see the names of the API endpoints like create, update, delete, create, update, delete. Often it's create, update, delete. And that's because these tables, how are you going to interact with them if you can't create, read, update, or delete records? So what Gadget's giving me is not just the connection to Shopify, which I'll show you will handle webhooks and everything else, but also a place to store that data so that when I'm actually interacting with the data, I just use my Gadget database and I don't talk to Shopify directly. So I am going to take a quick look at this. I'm not allowed to touch code. So the way I would do it is you can kind of open each tiny one here and try to make sense of it. But this is a little bit easier. So I'll show you everything that happened here. So there's a table that's going to be called shop. This is going to store the shop information of every Shopify store that decides to install my app. So I'm going to have 10,000 stores, each with their own reviews and whatnot. This table contains the stores themselves. And then here's the CRUD API. So when they install, uninstall, reinstall, or update their information, I will find out about all of these things and my table will also be updated. This is automatically set up. So the AI assistant kind of knows how to wire this up together using some of the framework concepts we've given. And then it does the same thing for a bunch of other stuff. So like the product table I said I needed, this is basically all of the product information Shopify will send, and now I have a database table to store it, but I also have a way to interact with that table. If we go down, you have product variants, which are, for those of you not super familiar with Shopify, think of it as like a t-shirt is the product, a small t-shirt is the variant. I don't actually know if I need this table, so I'll just ignore it for now. And the order. So any order data will go into a Shopify order table that has all of these different columns. Each of these rows is a column in the table. And again, an API with create, update, and data delete capabilities that let me interact with them. Order line items, so I can see what was actually purchased, like the individual products and variants, not just the high level stuff. And then a bunch of other stuff that just kind of is needed. Like Shopify doesn't let you build a public Shopify app unless you also respect and react to their GDPR requests. So if I'm assuming some merchant or consumer tells Shopify, hey, I want to exercise my right to be forgotten, wherever that's applicable, probably Europe, Shopify sends you a little event to all the app developers as well, saying like, hey, this person is exercising their right to be forgotten. Do whatever you need to do. And you're expected to always receive those and react to those just for legal reasons. So that's also in there. And then these files down here, the settings files that you see, all of them are permissioning files. So the framework, Gadget's framework has a permissioning system, and the assistant is very well trained to use it and ensure that it's doing things right. The permissioning system is designed to make sure the right person can read and write the right data. In this case, because every single store is only supposed to be able to read and write data for themselves, The assistant went ahead and added a tiny snippet using our permissioning system, and did that for every single one of the tables that it thinks needs to be secured per shop. So basically, it went and said the orders, the GDPR requests, the line items, the products, the variants, they can only be read and written to by the shop that they belong to. And so um, every single table is guaranteed to only be accessible by the store that has data in that table and not other data. This will make a bit more sense once I actually click accept and start doing things. So I'm gonna go ahead and accept this diff. And this is a big diff, so hopefully Gadget doesn't crash. There we go. I'm gonna make the chat window a little bit bigger so you all can see what's going on here since I'm not really using the screen. So I'll make the nav a little smaller. So what happened is, first of all of my files got updated. If you look here under models, you can see like under Shopify product, there is now a table with all of these fields. That's what schema page means. It's just showing you all of the different here. Let me resize this. This is annoying. I'm gonna have to zoom out, guys. I know you want me to zoom in, but there's not enough real estate for me to zoom in further. So this is basically the schema page showing you the schema of the table. This is the database itself. Like, we actually show you the table. Right now it just has no data, and it's telling me to actually go connect to a store. And then finally, you have the actions, the create, update, and delete APIs that let you interact with each table. And I'll talk through these in a second because they have some really cool capabilities. But before I do that, let's go connect to Shopify. So in the assistant, you can see like the next step is let's get some data flowing. You're trying to connect to some Shopify data. Let's get it going. I have to pick the Shopify partner organization. I have many because I build a lot of Shopify apps for work reasons. So I'm just going to pick the Gadget account. And by the way, when I say Shopify partner org, you just go to partners.shopify.com, create one of these orgs. This is my org. And what Gadget is going to do is create an app inside Shopify and make sure that whatever Shopify thinks is my app is mapped to this Gadget environment. So I called the app My Vibe Coded Reviews app in Gadget. In Shopify, I'll just call it like My Vibe Coded Reviews, and I'll just add development because just to make it clear, like I'm only using this for developing and not production. For production, I'll create a separate one. So Gadget will go and create this app in my Shopify partners dashboard. Like here, let's go back to my partners dashboard. Let's go to apps. I didn't click any buttons here, and yet my vibe coded reviews development, which is the max string Shopify allows, was created. So we did that part. There's a bunch of URLs and access tokens and other things that need to be exchanged between Shopify and Gadget. All of those are handled. It was all magically put in the right place, all the variables and whatnot. They're all accessible to you if you need those tokens. If you're a developer, there's a way to go fish them out and use them without going through Gadget. But in my case, I won't, and I'm happy that Gadget kind of stored them securely and I can move on with my life. This application, God, I hate this. Because I am touching order data, which contains information about the shopper, Shopify requires you to fill out this thing called a data access form. It's super annoying because there's all sorts of bugs in Shopify's UIs as to when you need to fill it out or when you don't. But the idea is on test stores and development, you shouldn't have to. In production, when you're actually trying to deploy to the App Store, you do. And what you need to do is just tell them, why are you accessing this data? So usually, to all the Shopify poke on the live stream, don't listen. Usually all I do is I lie. I just say like app functionality, save, name, app functionality, save. I want name, I want email, I want phone number, I want address. I'm not actually sure I'm going to use all of these, but at this point, this is autopilot for me. So I just tell Shopify I need all the data in the world just because, and then decide if that's true or not later. I'll also fill out the second form. You don't usually need to fill out the second form in development. but for really, really annoying Shopify reasons, sometimes you do. And knowing when you do and when you don't can get a little messy. And so at this point, I just kind of default to filling it out. Yes, 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 yes. I have everything. I respect their right to privacy. I have terms. I have privacy policies. I encrypt it all. And by the way, the answer to all of these is the encryption stuff, like anything related to data storage is yes. Gadget encrypts everything in rest in transit. Gadget encrypts my backups, and so on and so forth. Yes, 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 yes. No certifications. There we go. So now I can go back to Gadget and say, yeah, I completed the form. And the reason I need to do this is because Shopify won't send me any of the data that contains name, address, email until that's done. So I do that first, and then I go and I install it on a test store. And for my test store, I'm going to do live stream app demo. I want to use a test store that I know I have a few products in. So in my Shopify partners dashboard, I have a lot of stores. A lot of stores with products and whatnot, and the one that I want to install on is called live stream. Yeah, this one. So I want to build on this one. I don't actually need to be here. I just wanted to show you all that there was a store called live stream app demo. I can just click install here, and Gadget will handle everything for me except the thing I want, live stream demo. Oh, I need to be added as store staff. So I don't know why. No one knows why anymore. Like half the time you do, sometimes you don't. Oh, this is interesting. Oh, okay. It's just because I logged into the store. They've redesigned their home screen and that threw me off. I just need to add myself. Wait, I am staff. See, this is why I hate this form. I'm just going to use a different store. I will use another store that has a lot of products, maybe too many. Yeah, so instead we'll do meta field skew example. I think the reason I couldn't install it on that store was there's some weird settings related to store transfers being enabled or disabled. And if you pick the wrong radio button in Shopify, you start getting error messages that you need a PhD to decipher. So if anyone from Shopify is on this call, please feel free to send us a proper error message when this occurs. It's one of those weird, like I clicked the wrong button when I created my test store, and so my test store is not eligible for installation on this app for whatever reason. I do know this other store I have, Metafield Skew example, is always set up properly, so I'm just going to go install it there. So this is the OAuth. You can see it would be powered by Gadget. Like the user would see that screen when they install your app. They would give the permission to the product and order data. And right now I am installed on my test store. So if I go back to Gadget, this is Shopify right now. I'm in my store in Shopify. This screen is actually Gadget. This is a placeholder screen we give you just to tell you like, hey, you can put your UI here for the store staff if you like. So let's do that. Let's kind of go back to Gadget and start building our app. Okay, so it looks like we connected to Shopify. Let's add some sample data to our database tables. I love this. I love that Gadget will generate sample data for empty tables for me or sync data from Shopify tables if they're available. So in this case, it's telling me I have no orders in my Shopify store, no line items, but I have a bunch of products. It's going to pull 10 of them and a bunch of variants, 91 of them. I'm going to say, yeah, confirm. I need some data in my database. So right now my tables are empty and the order table will stay empty, but I bet you once this is done, there we go, products. So what did it do, by the way? Under the hood, it made a call to Shopify to go fetch 10 of the products in this store. In this store. So 10 of the products in my giant product catalog of 50,000. And brought them here. So if I go and copy this product, this is a product variant ID. If I go do a product ID. So this is the product table. If I take an ID from Gadget and I go look it up in Shopify, where's their search? I will find that pan. So this is this row. So I got 10 products from my store, and that's just so I can see something when I'm building. Okay, so I did that. I've got my Shopify backend. I've got data. What I want is a reviews table joined against some of this table. So like what I kind of want is every shop has a bunch of reviews related to its product. So like the products have many reviews, the reviews belong to one product. That's kind of the relationship between products and reviews. Orders and reviews, I could create a relationship as well, but I'm not necessarily sure I need to. I think I definitely want one between products and reviews. I want to know which review is for which product. And so I think what I'll do, sorry, I just want to think this out a little bit. I think what I'll do is like, I'll join the review just to be safe against both the product and the order. So that way I'll know which order it belongs to, which product it belongs to. I think I also need the Shopify customer. I think I forgot the customer. I got the order and the product, but I'm going to need some customer data too. So let me go and say like, can you also add the Shopify customer data to my app? And finally, I also noticed I asked for product media, but it didn't give me product media. It gave me product and product variant. I know there's another table called product media, and that has pictures and whatnot, and I kind of want that to hopefully make my UIs look nice. So once it's done this, I'll ask for that as well. So Shopify customer, great, great, done. So it added a customer table. Now it's going to go and propose adding a bunch of data to it. This is a bug. When it's 0 records, it shouldn't show this UI. I'm going to take a little screenshot for my colleagues and send it to them. And by colleagues, I mean the one poor soul who has to fix all these bugs. I won't hit confirm because that's useless. Although I'm kind of curious what will happen if I do. Nothing. The reason it can't add data to my customer table is I don't have any customers in my Shopify store. These customers that you see are so old that Shopify won't send them to me. Actually, maybe that is a bug. Here, sync customer data to my app. Because I do see 10 customers in there and I want them in my Gadget database. I'll help you sync the customer data from Shopify to your app since you have the Shopify customer model. So for some reason, it does not want to do this. Interesting. So you can see it says I'm syncing Shopify customer data, but then I look at the table's empty. We have built-in logs. I look at the logs. I don't see anything that jumps at me as an issue. So I'm not exactly sure why I'm not getting the customer data. Let's go add a customer. New customer. Let's see if I get that one. We'll go back to my app and we'll go to the data for customer and it's still not there. Huh. This is interesting. Why am I not getting my customer data? I am not getting my customer data. That is really unusual. Okay, we'll keep moving. I don't have customer data. Let me see if I can build an app without looking at some data. I think I should be fine. So I said earlier I was going to create a reviews table and I was going to join it against some of the Shopify data. So let's ask the AI, like, I need a database table to store product reviews. I want to track the customer, the products, and the orders involved in each review, along with a star rating of 1 to 5 and a short note field. So they can leave me a review, 1 to 5 star rating. They can leave me a note, but also on this table, I want to know which customer, which product, which shop. And that's kind of just important to make sure I don't accidentally show the data to the wrong person. So let's hopefully get a reviews table. I'll create a review model. By the way, if you see modeling gadgets language, it's table and API. So the table itself is a table. The API to create, read, update, or delete data in that table is the API. Model is table plus API. So it's going to give me a review table plus an API for creating, reading, updating, and deleting reviews. And this is also a bug. When it's spinning like this, it's supposed to open up and start streaming the content. Once in a while in Gadget, it does this and then suddenly opens up and shows you everything it's been doing behind the scenes. So we'll have to get that fixed after the fact. But this should work. I think we'll wait a minute. Okay, so we can see it's proposing a table called review. Obviously, every review will have an ID, a timestamp for when it was created or updated. Like, without asking it, it's kind of thinking through, like, maybe there's a publishing system. Maybe I should add a published field. By the way, this is just streaming a table UI is a little hard to show, and so it's a little clunky while it's being worked on. Once it's done, which should be pretty soon, it's a little bit slower than I expect, we will be able to click this button. Until it's done, we'll have to sit and wait. Our assistant will feel a little bit slower than some of the others, and that's because it often does things multiple files at a time. So you'll get these like chunkier proposals of like anywhere between 1 to 20 files, as you saw in the initial kind of proposal that I got when I was connecting to Shopify. And so like you have to be a little more patient. We're probably going to work on that experience, but for the time being, that's kind of the explanation. So this is what my reviews table that it's proposing looks like here. Let's open it up in a full screen. I will zoom in for the people who want 150. So ID, timestamp, the rating field, which will be a number. And it added some validations as well. So it's telling me like there's a min value of 1 and a max of 5. That's great. I don't want any 0-star or 6-star reviews. A note field with a max string length characters so that they don't write a book, whether it's published or not. And by default, it's decided all reviews are published. So true. I think I'll probably change that to false, but that's okay. Is verified. I have no clue what is verified is. I'm going to ask for it. Helpful count. No clue what that is either. I think that's like maybe other people can upvote a review as helpful. So you see it kind of took some liberties with my requirements, and I don't always love that. I like it doing exactly what I said, but we'll forgive it because these are actually pretty good suggestions. And then on top of that, like, again, how am I going to create, read, update, or delete records in this table? Via an API that's given to me. And then who is allowed to read, update, and delete? It got it wrong. So you can see there's 2 roles in this app. One is called the unauthenticated role, and that's the person who's not logged in, the person visiting your store, the shopper. It has decided the shopper can't read reviews, can't create reviews, can't update reviews, and can't delete reviews. And that's obviously wrong. And it's decided the Shopify app user, which is the name of the store staff that log in and interact with the app. Because again, there's 2 UIs. There's a UI for store staff. There's a UI for shopper. Shopper is unauthenticated. Store staff is called Shopify app user. Terrible names, I know. But it got the permissions wrong. This should have been true. Creating a review should have been true. Like, how am I going to leave a review as a shopper if I can't create one? And then these ones are correct in theory. Like, could have been true all around. Like, we could have let staff update reviews if we wanted to, but it's not the end of the world. So, and then some permissioning code as well, just to make sure, again, we don't leak the reviews between stores. So most of this looks right. There's a couple of things I disagree with. I think I said the only rule was I am not going to write code. And I think I can follow that rule and still fix a few of these mistakes, so I might. Let's add data to each of your new database tables. Oh, okay, so it sees a new table, and for whatever reason, it's proposing adding data to other tables again. So I add some sample data just because I don't like, oh, I know why it's failing. I realized what I did wrong. Up here, this is a gadget bug. When I added a new scope to my app, I should have gone back and re-authenticated my app. Like by logging back into Shopify, I, as the store, give the app developer the permission to access customer data. When I did that screen the first time, I was only asking for product and order data, not customer data. And so because I wasn't asking for customer data, I never authenticated for it. I can't receive it. And because I can't receive it, this sync keeps failing. And also, even my reviews, I can't generate, the AI is having a hard time generating data for me. And the reason is because on this table, it wants to put a customer, but I can't put a customer because my customer table is empty. My customer's table is empty because I'm not allowed to go get customer data yet. So what do I need to do? I need to go and reinstall the app. So all you got to do that is if you click on installs, there's this one UI over here. To zoom out, this is way too intense for me. Sorry, folks. You can see like these webhooks, customer create, update, delete, they never registered. You can see that in our installs UI. And to get them to register, I probably just need to go and install the app. So I'm just going to click on full app preview as if I'm trying to see the app again. And that should force, whoops, I want to do the full app preview this way. That should force me to re-OAuth with Shopify and give the app the permission to see customer data. There we go. So update data access. The app developer, me, wants more info. They want customer info, name, email, phone number, physical address. Give it to them. Now, I bet if I go back to Gadget and say, add 10 records to all of my tables, I think this time around, it'll actually be able to do both the reviews and the customers. So again, for those of you who didn't catch what I did wrong there, it's like when I added a new scope, the Shopify scope, I have to go and reinstall the app to give myself permission for that data. Once I have permission, Gadget can go and generate data for it. So you can see now it's finding 8 Shopify customers. This is a bug. It should have been able to create some reviews. Oh, the reason it still can't create reviews is because my orders are empty. So let's go create an order as well in my store. I'm just going to create a test order. I'll buy this product as a random customer that already exists. And I'm just going to do this manually in Shopify. I'm just going to say like, yeah, this order was paid for so that I finally have an order in my store. And now that that order exists, if I go to my order table, there it is. Okay, great. I'm getting the orders. So my order table is no longer empty. I have an order. Now let's say, go generate 10 records in all my tables. And hopefully I'll finally get something in the reviews table because it'll actually be able to fill in the order and the customer and other fields as well. There we go. Finally got some product reviews. So yeah, amazing product, highly recommend. Great. So I have all of my tables set up and I have all of my APIs for getting data and reading and writing data to those tables. I think that's good. What did I say I was going to do next? So I've done this part, I think. Yeah. Send an email when the order is fulfilled. Okay, cool. Yeah, I got my tables. Let me move on. Before I move on, let me fix that one table I hated. So if I go to the review table and click on the schema page, you can see all of the columns of the table right here. And you have a nice UI for changing your mind about everything. I don't know what this helpful count field is supposed to be, so I'm going to delete it. And I know that's not strictly vibe coding, but you know, I didn't write code. So is verified. I don't know what that means, so I'm just going to delete that one too. I like published, but I'm going to make it so that by default, nothing is published. And the notes I'll keep as is, and the rating, I think -1, max 5, and it's a number. So this is a UI that lets you create database tables. You just click buttons and you get columns added to your table instantly. You don't run any migrations, you don't run SQL. So if you're a non-developer, you can build a database table in 5 seconds using this UI. You can also talk to the AI assistant and have it do it for you. So we updated my reviews table to get rid of the 2 fields I didn't fully understand. I think the rest of the tables I was okay with. Okay, so my next requirement is when the order is fulfilled, go and send an email to the customer saying, thanks for your purchase. We hope you're happy with it. Please come leave us a review. And maybe, like we said in our requirements doc, the URL, the link, the button in the email, the link that it's going to send you to, I'm going to put the order ID in the URL just so when you get to that page, I know who you are and what order we're even talking about and what reviews to collect from you. Because what I'll need on my UI side is like some way to say, okay, you bought a pants, shirt, and socks. Leave me a review for pant, shirt, sock. Um, yeah. So what will my prompt be? Let's do this in tiny chunks. When an order is fulfilled, I want to send an email to the customer with the following content. An email title, your order has arrived. Leave us a review. Email body, thanks for your order. It should have arrived by now. We'd love to hear what you think about the product. Then I need a call to action. A button that is labeled leave a review. And we'll come back to the URL of that button later. For now, link that button to example.com. So you just make it go somewhere. Step 1. So let me just get the email, see if I can fire the email, get the text with a button that doesn't do the thing I want, and then I'll focus on getting the button to do the thing I want. There's a very rudimentary email sending system built into Gadget. People use it in production. You're not supposed to. We just put it in place for development. So if you're kind of, as you're building, you can use our really, really bad, non-performant, not spam optimized email sender just to kind of build, because you probably don't care about email delivery as you're building. In production, the idea is you swap out our email provider with your own or something a little bit more robust. In my case, I'm just going to build everything with Gadget's email provider just because I'm lazy. maybe if I have time and I'm up for it, before I go to production, I'll switch it to SendGrid or some other email provider. So, what did it do? Let's take a look. It updated a file. Well, okay, so a few things interestingly. Permissions, unauthenticated. Shopify order, actions update false. That makes sense. And I don't know why it's showing me these two things, but I'll double check. These are okay, great. These are permissions that I would have expected to be there right now. So I'm kind of surprised that it's telling me it changed those. What did it do? It took my update order file and changed it so that when Shopify fires an order event letting me know, hey, the order has been updated, I'll go check to see if the thing that was updated was the fulfillment status. So if the order was fulfilled, I will then send off my email. And I think that's what it's doing. So you can see here, it didn't touch anything up to line 9, but then it added a function that says, and it's using Gadget's email provider. I can kind of see that here in line 10. Go check the fulfillment status. If it's fulfilled, using Gadget's email sending system, and then this is just like a bunch of gibberish for the email itself. Will it work? I don't know. We'll find out when we test it. So we accept the code, and what happened here? Shopify order update. So this file got changed. Yeah, I can see the new file is here. And my expectation, I guess, is this is the order that I just created on my store. You can see it's unfulfilled right now. I guess if I fulfill it, Gadget will find out and fire that email. So let's say fulfill items and see what happens. Okay, so I've fulfilled the items. And here, before we even go to Gadget, let's just go to my email. See if, oh no, I realize what I did. This is not a real person. This is new@test.com is going to get that email. I am not new@test.com. So we'll create a new order. Create an order, pick a product. I'll make myself the customer. Am I here? No. Create a new customer. And I'll just mark this order as paid. So again, I'm just doing that so that I can actually send the email to a real email address and see if I got it. Boop. And then I will hit fulfill items and fulfill. And now my expectation is that in my inbox, there's some sort of email. So this is can you folks see my inbox? Am I sharing everything in the world with you all? This is Shopify's order confirmation email. Oh, there you go. Your order has arrived. Leave us a review. Hi, Mohammed. Thanks for your order. It should have arrived by now. We'd love to hear what you think about the product. Thanks for choosing us. Leave a review. Where does that take me? Example.com. Great. I am sending an email every time any store says, I fulfilled the order to the recipient. Now I probably should do like a add 7-day delay or something, because it's like if the store owner just sent the order out, you probably didn't get it right away. It probably took a few days. I'll leave it like this for now. The email is in your inbox before the product is in your mailbox. But so far things are going pretty well. So I've got that piece kind of wired up as well. And I won't lie, I'm kind of surprised that worked in one shot. So I am celebrating at the moment because I thought this was going to be a bit of a sticking point. So now what do I need? I need this button not to go to example.com, but to go to a page where I will show you the products and a box for you to leave a review for each product. And I'm going to need to put the order ID in the URL so that when you get to that page, I can go read the order ID, figure out who you are, figure out which products you're about to leave reviews on, and then show you the UI that says, okay, you bought pants, go leave review for pants. I think that's all I need. Sorry, I'm just thinking to myself, is that all I need? There's kind of two ways to build Shopify apps. Like normally, if I was showing data on the store, I would just store the data in Shopify directly, like in a meta object. They have this thing called a meta object, which is their own mini database, not a real database, but super performant because of where it's stored and how it's stored, and designed for storefront data. So if ever you're showing data on that's not dynamic calculated, you want to store it in a meta object. So normally I would have put the reviews in a meta object, but because I want the shopper to be able to search through them, I can't really do that. It doesn't support searching. Like I want a nice UI with a search bar and then the reviews. So I think I'm just going to call Gadget directly. And that's really dangerous because like your store suddenly a ton of traffic, every single person hitting that page would start reading reviews. Any of your product pages start reading reviews from the Gadget database, and that could get really expensive because like you could have millions of visitors on your store. So we'll probably need to like cache or do something else too, where if you come to the reviews page, I'll probably the same 10 reviews every time to everyone in the world. But if you use the search, I'll actually go and find the appropriate reviews. So I'll do something like that where there's always a fast answer for random people visiting a product page. But in the search functionality, they're like, show me a review that says overpriced, then I'll actually make a call to get it. So why I'm saying all of this now is because I think to build what I want to build, I need this thing called a Shopify app proxy, but I'm not 100% sure. Let's talk to the AI. I want to build a flow where the order ID is part of the URL of the CTA of the email. The call to action redirects the user to a route with the order ID in it. And the UI shows the names of any products that need to be purchased, along with a input field to leave a review. So I don't know if I feel good about this one. I think I bundled way too many requirements into one prompt. I think in hindsight, I should have, even though it's all going to be 1 or 2 files of code, I probably should have done it piecemeal and revisited that file over and over again. Let's see what happens. Oh, by the way, when you give Gadget a lot, it'll do this. It will start breaking it up whether you like it or not. So, hey, I'll help you create a complete review flow. This involves updating the email to include the right order ID and the call to action, creating a front end page route to show the review collection, and then building the UI to display the products and whatnot. And what it will do is it'll start with one piece of the requirement. So usually it will not do backend database and front end. It'll do like database, and then it'll go do backend, and then it'll go do front end. And that's what it's saying here is like, even though you gave me all of this, I'm just going to start with this one. And that's why I'm only getting one file of code. So all it did is it went back to the same file. And here, let's look at it. And it changed the call to action URL from example.com to drive current app URL. Okay, reviews. Yeah, so my app URL /reviews/order/record ID. Sure. This is going to be the URL moving forward. So it'll be like my app URL /reviews/order/123. And then I'll go get the 123, look up who it is, and show the right UI. So let's see if this works. Again, like when I'm working with the assistant, I'm going to go in tiny chunks. So I accepted the file. I want to go test it. One of the really nice things about Gadget is testing is kind of built in. So if you go and click on any action, like in this case, it's the order update. Boop, 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 boop. This one. To test it, I'll need to send a Shopify webhook, and this file will run. So let's go and do that. I need a new order that's fulfilled again. There's probably a fast way to do this in Shopify, but I don't know it. So I'm doing it the slow way. I'm going to buy another pair of pants, and I'm going to go fulfill it. And this time around, the only thing I'm expecting to see different is like that URL should not be example.com. It should be my app's URL with the order ID added to it. Why did... Yeah, so I was here, I was creating an order. I created the order. Now I'm going to fulfill it. Fulfill the order. And if I go back to Gadget now, oh no, I don't want to go back to Gadget. I want to go back to my email. So this is Shopify's email saying, yeah, I placed the order. Come on, Gadget, don't let me down. You've been so good so far. Oh, there it is. Got it. No reply. Hi, Mohammad. Thanks for my order. Boop. And this time around, come on, URL. There we go. So my vibe coded reviews app -- development, and that's because I'm in my development environment. /reviews/orders. You can see the double slash here, and that's because of a mistake. And so I'm going to tell the assistant, hey, I tested it out, and you are accidentally adding a double slash in the URL. So I get bloop. I wouldn't talk like this to the AI, but I'm just kind of intentionally using random language just to kind of show that it has some range in terms of understanding what you're saying, regardless of the words you end up using. Okay, perfect. That should fix it. Let's do it again. This is annoying. There's probably a way to create fulfilled orders faster than this, but like I said, I don't know what I'm doing. Create an order. And let's fulfill it. Okay, so I'm expecting yet another email. So I'll just keep refreshing this until the third email comes in. Close, there we go. And okay, so this doesn't matter that it's a 404. That's fine. I haven't actually created the UI. I mostly am looking at, did the email send them to the right place? And it looks like it did. So this is the URL it's going to send them to. with the order ID at the end. That is perfect. So next thing I need to do is start working on the proxy UI, I think. I am just going to take a moment to take like a 5 minute, not even 5 minutes, maybe like 3 minute water and bathroom break. I will be back and I will be continuing in no time. So just hang tight. This is going to be a long live stream and I might need to do this a couple of times. I'll be back with you all in 3 minutes. Yeah, there we go. Can you folks hear me? And if someone can hear me, please say yes in the chat. We'll wait for one yes. This is my setup, by the way, if you're curious. I'm using StreamYard. It is 10 times better than Riverside. If you're using Riverside, switch to StreamYard. And it's broadcasting in like 5 different places. There we go. Danny, thank you. Okay, so where was I? I was trying to figure out how to make this page, the page the shopper leaves a review on. And I guess I could do this a couple of ways. Like, I could put this directly on the product page, but I don't think that works great because like you place an order, your order has 6 products in it. You're actually leaving a review per product, you know? And so I think I don't want to collect the reviews on each product page. I don't want the user to have to go to 6 different pages and leave 6 different reviews. I think I want like a full page review screen. You click the button in the email, you come to a page, I take over the entire screen. That way I don't have to worry too much about what the store looks like. I'll do very light branding so I don't clash with the store. And yeah, I think I'll do that. Now, I might need this thingy Shopify calls an app proxy. Let's talk to the AI and see if it can help us. I want to make it so that the route we send people to, and by the way, route, I could have said the page we send people to from the email CTA looks up the order ID, finds all of the line items that were ordered, finds the individual products related to those items, and then displays a nice UI where each product you purchased is shown with a nice big title and a big input box underneath it to collect the review. I think that's what I want. I think I need a Shopify app proxy. I haven't done this in forever. I know Shopify has this thing where if you're going to call from the store website to an external app like Gadget, you kind of need to know which store. And to get which store, I think you have to use this thingy called an app proxy. So I'm just going to add it in here. And by the way, what I'm doing here is I'm just kind of noting down what I think is the right way to build it. And I'm going to ask the AI to make sure before I do anything. And by the way, the reason I need the merchant data, the store data, is because I don't accidentally want to show the wrong thing ever to the wrong person. To make sure I only read and write reviews that are relevant to that store. So Shopify needs to tell me which store so I can do that. And then I also want to make sure that, no, actually this is enough. I'm confusing 2 UIs. There's 2 UIs, right? Like there's one to collect the reviews. That's what I'm talking about here. There's another one to display the reviews. I am not going to confuse the AI. I just wanted to focus on this one. I want to do not do anything other than answer. Simply tell me the right approach with the right Shopify concepts in order to accomplish all of the following. Yeah, I'm basically going to tell the AI to tell me how to do this thing. And I often do this, by the way. I just find like get the steps first and then feed it back the steps. Or if the steps are in a tutorial, go find a tutorial and feed it the steps. If you feed the assistant the steps of anything like a quick start guide or an integration guide, usually does really, really well. And by the steps, I mean like copy paste the titles. So step one, title, just copy paste that in. If the body's short, paste that in too. So if you have a quick start or tutorial you can work off of, that's great. There's probably one for Shopify. If I get desperate, I'll go find it and do this properly. For now, I'm going to do it the lazy way, but with a little bit of a twist. I'll get the AI to think it through a little bit first, help me understand that it understands, and then I'll give it a proper order on what to do. So what is it saying we need? Why do you need a Shopify app proxy? Okay, so we do need one. A Shopify app proxy is essential here because store context, the proxy automatically provides the store's domain. Okay, great. Yeah, customer session data, so you know who's submitting the review, some security stuff, and SEO friendly URLs. Yeah, that sounds great. Technical implementation approach. Set up a Shopify app proxy. Configure proxy route in your Shopify app settings. So there's probably, I have not done this. So we're going to discover how to do this together. I go to my partner's dashboard, presumably. This is the Shopify portal for managing the apps you build. And let me go look at this app. And what did the assistant say? Go to settings. Okay. Settings, not here. Sorry, I'm in the wrong doc. Where does, okay, which setting? Probably configuration. And then it says configure. App proxy, great. I can set up an app proxy. Proxy path is, yes, thank you, AI. This is what I want. Tell me how to fill in the form. I'm going to click this. Is that the subpath it gave me? Huh? Yeah, this is my proxy URL. That makes sense. What is my subpath? Or do I need, actually here. What is the subpath and proxy URL I need to give Shopify? Exactly. If they require HTTPS and whatnot, make sure to include it. Like, I don't want to figure out what format they want the URL in. AI, tell me. Okay, subpath reviews and proxy URL. Yeah, wait. That can't possibly be my proxy URL. Hmm. Hmm. I see. I don't think it's thinking this through properly. It's not really doing this as an extension. Sorry, I'm just kind of reading through my notes and thinking about what exactly I want to do here. Okay, I think my proxy URL, according to the assistant, is what, HTTPS coded reviews app. Probably pick some proxy path here, and then the subpath is going to be, I think what I need to do is actually create a routing gadget that will handle this properly. Invalid characters. What do you mean invalid characters? Huh? Letters, numbers, proxy, get. I don't understand. The error just. Oh, I see. It's just the dot. Just. Okay. Again, okay. So yeah, I think what I'll do in Gadget is I'll just create a route called like proxy get, and that way this should work. Proxy must be HTTPS. What have I done here? HTTPS triple slash. There we go. Okay, save and release. So I think I set up the proxy. This is, I kind of want to, don't I need to do this in an extension folder? Doesn't this need to be an extension? Or is a full page takeover not an extension? I haven't done a Shopify app in forever, so I'm not 100% sure what the right way to do this is. Like, I know they have some primitives that let you give them the UI and they'll serve it. I can also just serve it from Gadget. App proxy versus extensions. I don't know why it's doing a proxy versus extension. Okay. We'll trust you, AI. We'll say it's not suitable. Okay. Let's go. I think no, I'm not going to do that route because mine's slightly different. I think mine will be something like this. Try to live. I would like my UI for the proxy route to live at, I think it's going to need to be okay, yeah, perfect. So email CTA link will go here. Shopify will proxy here. I think that's correct. So Shopify is going to tell me who I'm talking to here. And you'll need to create a backend route here. That's right. Update your email CTA. I don't, do I need to do, okay. Yeah, help create the backend route. Why not? Okay, yeah, I think I put the right subpath in. Okay, what are you doing? Add a backend route that will handle review requests for specific orders. It'll extract Shopify data, make sure it's valid, fetch the order data, get the line items, and render some HTML that shows the title of the product, images, that'll be interesting. Doesn't have access to the images, good luck. The star rating, and a text area for the comments, as well as submit functionality. Okay, great. Oh, and there will be some error handling for weird cases like order doesn't exist or whatnot. Fantastic. Import crypto from crypto. What? What is crypto? We'll go check it out later. It's still working on this file, by the way. I just opened it up on the big screen, but the reason I can't hit accept is it's still kind of sorting things out. I just kind of wanted to take a look at what it was doing to see if it was roughly correct. No idea. Okay. What's the best way to test that file does what it's supposed to? Just generally, I don't like to go to the next thing without making sure the last thing is working exactly as I intended. And usually there's 10 different ways to test something out built into gadgets. But if you're never sure what to do to kind of go test it out, just ask the AI. Like, what should I do? So here it's saying test the email triggered directly. It's easy to do that. Mhm. I want to make sure that the proc. Actually, yeah, here, whatever. Let's test it out end to end. See what happens. Go create an order. Because the advice it gave me I didn't like. It's like go and in my own database pretend a Shopify order that is not fulfilled is fulfilled. So it told me to go change the status myself. I don't like doing that. I think Shopify should tell me that the order is fulfilled, so I'll just go create a new order. I'm gonna pick the same pants. I'm gonna pick the same person, and I'm just gonna do the same thing of collecting the payment and creating the order. And I'm marking it as fulfilled. Oh. And going back to my email and seeing what's going on. So let's wait for that no reply email to come in. There we go. And now sends me. Where are you gonna send me? Mm-hmm. Hmm. Okay. Why does the route 404 every time? Oh, by the way, you can also, if you want, oh, not here right now because that's a route. Never mind, my bad. Take it back. Why does the route 404 every time? No, that's not the action. See, I didn't even ask it about that. I asked it about, oh, no, wait, I did. This is weird. It says it's going to look at the file for Shopify order update, but then it looks at a completely different file. That's a bug. Okay. All right. Email URL is wrong. API. Oh, I see. Yeah, that makes sense. I changed the URL when I entered it inside Shopify by adding this subpath, and so I actually have to go update the URL in the email. Mm-hmm. Oh wait, that's the wrong URL. So what would the right one have been? It would have just be add my app proxy order. Invalid request. Missing required proxy parameters. Okay. Now I get this error. Oh, I think I know what's going on. Oh man, this is one of those cases where it would be really nice if I was allowed to intervene, but rules are rules. Okay. Create an order. Let's go add a product again. And let's go mark as paid. And so let's go look at our email. And let's see if this one works. Whoops. Sorry about all the taps, guys. I'm not a professional live streamer, so I have no idea how good or bad this experience is for you all. Hopefully some of you are still around. Is anyone even around? 750 people. Holy shit. Okay, never mind. There's quite a few of you still around, and I need to take this seriously. All right. So, what was I doing? I was creating the order, which I did. I did not fulfill it. Let's fulfill it. And now I expect another email. Any second now. That's the one. Leave review. That's a bit weird. I don't know my store password, so why is it asking me to log into the store? Did I just put it on a bad URL? Yeah. Let me just remove the password from my store. I want to see what was going to happen had I not had that password there. It might also just be because I'm logged into Shopify that I'm getting redirected to the store. So let me open this in incognito and see what happens. Nope. Okay. No, it still thinks it's me. Okay. Is the setting to disable permissions? Password? Search? There's like a password protection feature in Shopify somewhere. I don't know where it is. Remove your store password there. Online store. Password is Gadget. There we go. So if you want to get into my store, the password is Gadget. Or at least see it. And now let's go and click this button again. This app hasn't been deployed to production. Oh, the URL is my production URL and not my development URL. How did that happen? The AI probably made a mistake in this last file. What did it do? And by the way, the reason I know it's the wrong URL is just because it's missing the -- development. So the app in production will have this URL, but in development, which is where I am right now, it'll be metafield skew example dash dash development. So I know it didn't put the right URL in, and I can go back and look for dash dash development, which I won't find here, and I bet you I'll find what is it? App proxy. Proxy. Where is it in the code? Come on. Oh, is it not? Oh, I think it's just because of where I placed it. I'm using the proxy. Just reading through Shopify's docs. I think I need to maybe change what I configured in Shopify because, oh yeah, my bad. Oops. There you go. I think that was it. I think I just forgot to tell Shopify that this app is my development app and the URL is always dash dash development. So I think now if I click for page not found, still metafield still 404. Why are you 404? Let's find out. Why does my proxy URL continue to 404? Why are you 404? Do you know why AI? Oh, did I forget to actually add the route to my API routes apps, my app proxy order? Oh, I see. It's this order ID. Um, yeah, I think it's the here shouldn't. I think it's just got the route wrong, like this. Yeah, exactly. Another existing route that's conflicting. Let me check. Nope. Stop. Stop. You're nuts. Uh, I think it's just the name of the route that's wrong. Shouldn't it be order ID instead? Thank you, audience. You're absolutely, hey, look at that. I'm absolutely right. Remix front end convention is this, not this. And so just by putting that wrong in the URL, the whole thing goes haywire. And I'm just going to apply the change, assume it got it right. By the way, the reason you see that reviewing state, so if ever you get a proposal in Gadget, the code proposal, like first we go to Claude, we get all the code we want. And then if we have a little bit of time where you haven't accepted it yet, we'll quickly do some quick calls to dumber LLMs and just double check and fix a few problems. So I always try to wait a couple seconds, let it do a quick pass, and then accept. I just find the experience is better. Okay, so I think if I go here, and well, let's just do it again. Let's do it end to end. Let's go create an order in my store. New order. Oh yeah, no, actually, I'm wrong. This is a back end route. Yeah, not exactly sure this is gonna work because I think the thing I did, I got a little confused. In Remix front ends, that's the convention. Um, this is a back end route file, and so what I did will not work. But let's be hopeful and see. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm misunderstanding something. At some point, I'm going to need a lunch break. So hopefully, you all are okay for a quick 10-minute break as well. Send me my email, please. This is the problem with using the Gadget free email sender. It's not high deliverability. And so if a lot of apps are using it, it gets a little weird. And so that's why you should never use it in production. I am not getting my email. 8 minutes ago. Yeah, that's not the one. Oh, I forgot to fulfill it. You got to fulfill the order because my requirements were only when it's fulfilled does the email fire off. And there it is, 0 minutes ago. This is the email. We click the link. Page is still not found. Okay. I am going to look to the chat and see if anyone noticed what I did wrong. So I'm just going to skim and hopefully one of you fine folks caught something that I was not paying attention to. Anyone new to Gadget? Gadget is super cool. Thank you, Hisham. Extensions, yes, it can. It can do extensions, and that's kind of what I'm trying to get at, but it's turning into a bit of a shit show. Will you also run through how the billable AI assistant credits are calculated? Yes, it's 1 credit per code proposal you receive. Every time you get a code proposal, it's a credit. We might change that to just be every request, including questions or credits, because there's some weird abuse taking place in the platform right now. Currently, we allow questions for free, but we're probably going to change that. Okay, everyone's with me, but no one's got any ideas for what I've done wrong here. So I think if it's okay with you all, this is a great time for me to take a 10-minute lunch break and do some thinking. It's 1:50 Eastern time where I'm at. So at 2 p.m. Eastern in 10 minutes, I'm just going to go grab a bite, come back. I'll continue and I'll try to figure out what I might have done wrong here and finish prompting. So I'll be right back in 10 minutes after a very, very quick lunch, and we'll continue and we'll finish hopefully. I said I would start at 2, so that's in 5 minutes. Um, if you're wondering, yes, I ate that quick. So maybe for the next few minutes, I'll just kind of scroll back and answer some questions. I see. Thank you, Joe. Joe correctly identified that I just made a really silly mistake that I didn't notice with the app URL. So when we get back at 2, I will finally be able to fix this problem. Uh, Sorry, I'm just going back, trying to find a question I haven't answered yet. So, Uh, do you prefer Remix or React Router 7 for the initial setup? They're the same. React Router 7 is has two modes. One's called like framework mode and the other is library mode. They change the names of the modes every 2 days. Um, Framework mode is Remix. It's the same thing. Like React Router v7 and Remix are the same as long as React Router v7 is in framework mode. And then library mode is just kind of like standard React router. Do I have a preference? No, because framework mode and Remix are identical. And I do like Remix and I like framework mode. And by the way, if you are a non-developer, um, Remix and React Router v7 in framework mode are two great JavaScript frameworks to have AI write in. The reason is because they do this thing called file-based routing, where just by looking in your front-end folder, in the routes folder, you can kind of tell what the pages are. Right now, I don't have any UIs, but like by the names of the routes, in this case, I have none, you would be able to tell what the pages are. And then there's a nice way to kind of namespace them where you can say like anything that starts with underscore blah is a logged in page and we should make sure the users are logged in, and anything that starts with underscore unauthorized is a logged out page where anyone in the world is allowed to see what we're presenting. So Remix just makes that easy to understand just by looking at the files and the file names, and I really like that. I think for non-devs, it's great because it just gives you an artifact that you can actually understand. I think for developers, it's great because kind of standardizes how projects look and gives you a much easier way to digest somebody else's code. So if someone sends me Remix code, I can look at the nav, look at the folders and files, and have a sense of what their app does without actually looking at the code. Whereas a lot of other frameworks, that's a lot harder to do, just like eyeballing the names of the files and deciding what it is the app does. So for that reason, yes, I like Remix. I like React Router v7 framework mode because they're identical. I don't use React Router in library mode. Hmm. Okay. More questions. We still have a couple minutes before I said I would be back. So Emma hasn't. Okay. Would I be adding the option for product review images in the extended version? Yeah, why not? So someone asked earlier if I could also get pictures from the person leaving the review. You can definitely do that in Gadget. So we have file storage too. So in any of the tables, if you go to the schema page and you hit the button and add a new field, so we'll say like, I don't know, media. We'll do it lowercase, so it's JavaScript. Gadget will instantly add, just by me doing that, to the table a column called media, and now it's empty. And I have to kind of populate this. The type of data stored in there, you can choose from a really rich set. So in our database, we have a lot of different data types you can save. And the reason we have these types is because in the front end, you'll see we auto-generate components that kind of know like an email is an email and should be validated as an email. But why I'm showing you this is because we treat file storage as a type as well. So even though data is stored in Postgres, a database that we use for powering all the applications in Gadget, that's where your data goes. Your files go in file storage in Google Cloud. So these are two separate tables, but we lie to you and we put them all in one table. And the reason we do that is it's just a lot more convenient. Our API lets you quickly fetch both the data and the file with one call as opposed to two. So you could just say like, yeah, there's a new field that's called media and it's of type file, and that's it. You know, I'm not going to do it because I said if I do it, I'll do it with AI. So we'll delete that, and if we get around to it, I'll do it with the assistant. I can go on for quite some time, by the way. So what I'm going to do is like, as soon as I have enough of a UI for my product reviews app, I'm going to submit it to the App Store, and then I'll just keep going. And then that way, you know, anyone who's interested in watching this thing get more and more complicated can continue. So we're back. Welcome. Next thing I need, well, the thing I need to do is fix the mistake I made. Joe in our chat pointed out that I had just put in the wrong URL, and it took me a little bit of time to fully understand what he meant by that. But when I look closely at my application, I realized in Shopify, I think I said the URL would be proxy. And in Gadget, I have order proxy in my app proxy. So I think I just need to rename this proxy. And things should fix. Actually, no, my bad. Shit. I was going to do it with AI because I said I would, but too late. It's proxy now. So yeah, I should have asked the AI to do that for me. The route, okay. Perfect. And now let's go test it again. See if that fixed it. And yeah. We'll go to my store. Oops. Wondering what that was. Don't mind that. And this order is already fulfilled, so I'll have to create a new one. Buy the same pants again. And collect the payment. Create the order. Okay. And then fulfill it. Hopefully, again, if I refresh, there should be a new email in the next minute or so. And this time around, it will hopefully work. And if not, no. Oh my goodness, apps, my app proxy order. Wait, what? I think it's because of this. Should this be proxy? No, no, that won't work. So Gadget also has logs. If you ever are trying to figure out what's going on, you can always kind of click on the logs and take a look. Um, Standard logs, you can search through them. You can see what's happening live, or you can go and query something that has already happened. And I'm curious if in the last 5 minutes or 15 minutes, if I noticed anything. Nope, 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 nope. Okay, well, no, I don't see. Why am I struggling so hard with this? To the chat. See if Joe has ideas. Try adding order to the proxy order. Are you talking? It's because your route in Gadget has the app folder above proxy. Am I dumb or blind? Oh my goodness. I'm probably gonna have to redo that. Shoot, I just messed up. I deleted it. I deleted the entire folder structure. Okay, so I deleted the folder and the file by mistake. Can you do it again, please? But only nest it under routes proxy. Let's see what it does. I think you are right, Luke. I think I had one extra folder in my nav, and that folder was causing the issue. So let's see if we get it right this time. Let's see what we get this time. Mm-hmm. What is this crypto package? Proxy brands. Okay, and the API routes proxy order ID get. Yes, I think this is actually what is needed. I think this still actually needs to be my app proxy. And I think I should be good. So test number 10,000. Let's go create an order. There's got to be a faster way to do this. Some actual Shopify expert probably is laughing at me as I create test orders in this incredibly manual way. What's going on? Fulfill the item, get the eval. Wait for a couple of minutes. Any day now, unless Google decided to. Nope. Sometimes Gmail breaks a thread into a new thread once it gets really long, so I just wanted to make sure that was not what had happened. There we go. There's my email. Oh my goodness, this thing is going to kill me. Uh, uh, oh, I have, for some reason, I think I just messed this up. Oh, the name of my app is Vibe Coded Reviews app. For whatever reason in Shopify, the app was dropped. So let's see. Do I need to do that again? My vibe coded reviews app dash development. Let's go and try it again. Buy the shirt for the 18th time. And collect payment. By the way, if you see me looking at another screen, it's because I got Slack open and I am the CEO of the company and I've got a job as well. So once in a while, I look there to frantically do my actual job. And then I look back here and I built an app with you folks. So that's what's going on. I fulfilled the order. The new email is here. The URL is okay. Slightly different. Is that slightly different? What am I doing wrong now? To the chat. The code change wasn't made in Gadget until you clicked accept. Oh, did I not accept the code change? Oh, well, yes. Yeah, that's a good point. I should probably accept the code and then go test it, not stare at the code. Thank you. That was embarrassing. There you go. So now if I click it, it will take me to a page that has a little error. That's okay. Now what we need to do is go back to our assistant and say, when the page loads, all I see is this text. Can you replace this with the desired UI where I would see the products I ordered and be able to leave my review? One of the things I love about talking to AI is just how shitty I can type and how many typos I can make and just throw nonsense at it, and somehow it's some English. And so, yeah, pretty sure we're all going to be really bad at typing in 5 years because these assistants understand everything we write. Fix the JavaScript template string syntax error. Okay, so there was a syntax error that was probably preventing my issue. What's weird is I didn't see the error in the front end. Here, let's go look at our app. I don't see any errors. It said there was an error. A few changes. Okay, sure. And then let's go to that same proxy URL. There we go. There we go. Nice. Okay. So I click leave a review and I go to this page. That's right. Review your order. Help other customers by sharing your experience with these products. Hold the order ID, the date, my name, the name of the product, the variant, asks me for a rating. I like that it did that for required. And then comments, these shirts are cool. Let's make sure this actually works. So I hit submit review. There was an error. One thing that's nice about Gadget is like those built-in logs again. So if there was an error, I should see it. And by the way, like you could read it if you want, or you can just hit explain and let the AI tell you what's going on. This might have been the earlier error, and I realize now that was actually from 3 minutes ago. So we've already fixed this problem. Oops, stop. Live results. What happened when I hit that action? I went here, I click the button, and I got this. I get this error when I click submit review in the UI. Oh, I have some ideas as to why. So here's Gadget's permissioning system, by the way. Under access control, there's a permissions UI. And by the way, if you use Gadget locally, like I said in VS Code or Cursor, all of these UIs are actually files of code, TypeScript files. It's just UI is way easier to navigate for like database generation or permissions on off. So we use UIs when we can, but obviously we swap them for code when you're working locally. So you have source control, Git, all that. The way the framework works is by default for Shopify apps, we always give you two roles. I think I mentioned these earlier. One's called Shopify app user. This is actually a misnomer. This is the Shopify store staff. So you can like rename it if you want. And the unauthenticated is like the person who we don't know who they are, which is the storefront visitor, the shopper. You don't have to log in to shop on most websites. You can just go to the website and start doing things. And so we need to make sure the storefront visitor can actually leave a review. And I bet you that's part of the problem. Because if I go look at the permissions, review, storefront visitor can't do anything right now. So that could be part of it. What did this do? Let's go look at the file. Actually, before we look at the file, let's go read the English explanation of what it thinks it did wrong. The route errored on import log entry. Okay, there was a. Okay, this is happening because the form is trying to submit, which doesn't exist yet. Okay, let me check. I need to create the missing route. Yeah, the form is trying to exist. Nope, I don't want that endpoint. Wait, I have an action. Okay, I think it's doing it wrong. But I already have an action, or is it using the action with what I'm trying to do is figure out, because I know Gadget created the API for creating a review, and I just see it talking about an API for creating reviews. It's like, you've already done that. I just want to make sure I misread it and it didn't actually do that again. Oh yeah, great. Okay, never mind. That's my bad. This is just the route that will call the existing API. So I think that will work, and we'll just hit accept. So let's go back here and let's try submitting our review. There was an error. Let me also turn on review create for the unauthenticated user, just because that could be it. Although, like, the reason I'm not super confident that's it is usually if you have a permissioning error in your UI in Gadget, you'll have a nice big card that jumps out here with a nice big AI button that just says fix. So it's not a permissioning error, clearly. Mm, mhm. Wonder if I messed the route. Mm. Chat. Code change wasn't accepted in Gadget until you click accept. I've done that. That was last time. The create route. Review my order. I come to review my order. I'm here. Why are you not letting me review this? And you're not leaving a log, so maybe let's open up console. The server didn't respond with the status of 404. Failed to submit reviews. Great. Let's give this to the AI. Every time I hit the submit review button, it errors, and this error is in my console. Figure it out, AI. Wait, I thought. Oh, why is it doing it in reviews? Okay, okay, that's great. Oh my goodness. Okay. Why would this help? You're just going to change my reviews. Oh, I see. Okay. So, oops. Yeah. Okay. So it had left a little note here for itself earlier, and it has since replaced it. Okay. I think that was the issue. I hadn't actually set up this page properly. So we go and leave another review. Test. Looks like it's working. No. Probably the same thing in the console. Oh, access to origin. Cores. Cores issue. Okay. All right. Classic. Now I get this error. This is where I'm going to start a new conversation. And the reason I'm going to start a new conversation is because the longer your conversations get, the more confused the AI assistants get. All of that context starts getting jumbled up over time. In fact, at some point, we start trimming it so we don't send the full chat history just because we can't. But regardless, the longer the chat history and the more topics you cover in one conversation, the less reliable you'll get over time. So just best to clean up and start a new one. So I'll do that. And I think I'll just drop my prompt. When I try to submit a review on the front end, it fails. I see this error in console. Another trick, by the way, if you're using Gadget locally, you have Git source control. You have great ways of going back and forth. If you're lazy like me or you're using the Gadget IDE, one trick for switching safely is to create a fork environment. Because Gadget can create these instantly, you can just say like modev prime. You get a full copy of the database, front end, back end, the code, the infrastructure in a separate place that you can connect to a separate store. The intent behind the environment feature is for teams of developers to work safely together, where they all work in a different environment, and using Git, they kind of merge things and deploy them. But for Vibe coders, it's basically a pretty rudimentary UI-based branching system. So I can treat this as a branch, and I know I'm about to do some stuff that might make the AI go haywire. I copy it to another branch as well. And that way, if one of these goes haywire, I can just delete it and start over from a fresh one. So that's a little trick I use once in a while when I'm not using source control, I'm not doing anything locally, and I'm using Gadget. So this cores issue, hopefully this solves it because I don't know how to solve CORS issues. Great. No idea what that file said. Just gonna take it. And now, submit. No. Damn. Console. All right. What's going on here? Still CORS issue. Let's see if you can get it right on a second go. Same issue. Mm-hmm. Sorry, folks. I'm just. The file is so long, and I bet something's messed up here. Okay. Oh, wait a sec. I see. I see. This is silly. This is not the URL. The URL should be a dynamic Shopify URL. I think this is at least part of the problem. And then this CORS issue, I'm not 100% sure if it's part of the problem or not, but I'm just going to assume it is. So I'll update the files, accept them. Great. But before I continue, I'm just going to see if this is right. Line 503 of the proxy route looks wrong. Shouldn't that be the dynamic Shopify URL? The assistant has the ability to see everything. And what I mean by that is like it actually knows where you are. So if you say this, it's like, okay, well, the cursor's on this file. He's talking about a file of code. If you're on the logs, it'll know I'm on the logs. If I'm in the preview, which I really haven't been using and I will soon, you can actually see what I see. So it is capable of accessing everything on the left side of the screen and seeing everything on the left side of the screen. We'll ignore this. Let's go back to my files. Let's see. Oh, okay, so it did change it. Apps. No, I don't think this is it. Like, shouldn't it be something like, shouldn't it be something like, dash, dollar sign, domain? Like a dynamic thingy? Then the rest of the URL? Of course I'm right. It's almost like I know what I'm talking about. I'm absolutely right. Since this proxy page is being served from within a Shopify storefront context, the fetch should be going back to the shop's domain. Yes, not Gadget's domain. That's right. And the shop's domain is dynamic because I don't know which shop. And so this is what it should have done, which is dynamically put in the URL of the shop. So I think that'll work. Thank you to the audience member who DM'd me on that one. That was super helpful. Yeah, I think this will work. Okay, apply. Let us try again. Refresh the page. Oh no, what did I do now? Uh-oh, what did I do? Leave a review. Hmm. Now the route doesn't render, but I'm pretty sure that's because of something I changed earlier. Hmm. I think that course thing was a mistake, maybe. I am no longer able to see the reviews page. Are you sure those course related changes were necessary? I think I'm just going to ask it to remove cores. Uh, my assumption being it was working before it added all of this cores code. Uh, I'm going to remove it and see if it goes back to working. So, oh, I guess it decided it's going to do it itself. Remove the API boot cores file. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm also kind of confused as to what this post create is. Oh, I see. That's the other. Okay. I think we are getting close, folks. I think I will be able to see and submit a review. Mhm, mhm, mhm. And now let's see if the page will load. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Not sure exactly what that course code was trying to do, but UI is working again. So let's try a test again. This is the worst. I thought yeah, what the hell? I think what I have it's supposed to be the domain. No, it's not. I think that every customer of every store that installs this app can load the page properly on the unique Shopify store with a unique URL. I'm just gonna baby the AI and say the app is being used by a ton of stores on different URLs. Different shoppers are gonna go there and leave reviews. What is this URL supposed to be? Mhm. My shop domain. Huh? That? that correct? Okay. Oh, someone in the chat chiming in. Luke, currently you have apps, your app name. I am where, Luke? In Shopify or in Gadget or in a file? I'm kind of ask AI about script tag. No, I don't want to use a script tag here. It's got to be this. It's like await fetch, HTTPS. I'm not blind. My domain. That seems right. Apps, my app proxy. Oh, I see. Yes, you're right, Luke. Why is this in the URL? Remove it. I think when I was setting this up on Shopify's end, I probably lost sight of exactly the URL I entered and probably just like typed in the wrong one in my code. Or maybe the assistant did something wrong and I didn't really catch it. Because we go to our proxy. Where's the proxy? I think the app name being in there was unnecessary. I was probably just like copy pasting fast and did something wrong. Okay, so why shop domain? Why? Just listen to me, AI. Listen to me. This isn't going to work. This is not going to work. Guys, I think I want to cheat. I want to touch code. I'm going to allow myself a little cheat here and just curious what happens if I fix that up like that. Come back. Oh, I thought I got that right for sure. It's like, I thought I got that right. Luke, help me. My shop domain, apps, my proxy, review, create, apps. Oh, I don't know what's wrong with this assistant, but it's lost track of the name of things. So I think that was it. Test. Nope. Name not resolved. Why? I am losing undefined apps. Why undefined? Oh. Wait, that. Anyone have great ideas of? Can you show the network? It was just the. Why is it undefined? Ah, that'll do it. I get this error now. Why is the URL undefined in my console? I love. I have a few friends who are watching the live stream, and I didn't realize this many people are watching this live stream. I'm getting texts and DMs from people like, "Did you check this file? Did you check this line?" Which I really appreciate, by the way, because I don't think I would be able to figure this out on my own, if I'm being honest. So appreciate all the hints. Unfortunately, so far, all of them have been checked and are correct. But keep them coming. So, what is this nonsense? Why do you keep trying to add that in? Like, what's that gonna do for me? Is that gonna work? No. I don't know why the assistant keeps insisting on trying that. Oh, really? Ah, okay. Why? Okay. Cool. It's working. I think I just had the URL injection incorrect. So review submitted successfully. Thanks for feedback. Okay, so I'm getting a review. Sick. Let's test that end to end one more time because that took forever. Create an order. Pay for it. And then nothing happens until you fulfill. You hit fulfill as the store owner. The shopper gets an email. So let's just refresh the page and wait for the email. Still waiting on that last email. It might be in a new thread. Let's go look. Nope. Apply. Where are you? Any day now. Oh, did I fulfill the order? Or did I do this silly thing where I don't? No, I did fulfill the order. Where is my order? Where is my email? Did Gadget get the order? Let's try that out. Let's see. Orders. So, like at minimum, I should be able to find this order ID. So, it's, like, let me see if Gadget even knows that I created an order. No, it doesn't. So we haven't gotten the order data from Shopify yet. That's a bit odd. That's very odd. Did I pay for it? Oh, location without enough inventory. Okay, so maybe this is an inventory problem now. Let me just up my inventory levels. Track quantity, nope. And I think that'll fix it. And let's go back to the order. And am I able to like refulfill? Unarchive and edit. Yeah, okay. How do you unfulfill an order in Shopify? Is there a way? There must be a way. Humans make mistakes. How do I go back? Does someone know how to unfulfill an order? I'm just going to create a new one. This takes too long. Add the product. Pick myself as the customer. Fulfill the order. Or collect the payment. Fulfill the order. And that should do something. So let's go check our email again. Refresh. Oh, the other one was just slow. So this probably was just Shopify sending the webhook, the order notification with a little bit of a delay, which can happen. Like it's not always right away. 99.9% of the time it is. Sometimes there's a bit of a delay. So you can see like I eventually got that email. I created another order. I got a second email too. I'll just go to the second one, leave a review. Nice. Oh, look. So by the way, this is what the UI will look like when there's multiple products because it's one review per product. I'm going to show this comment and this rating on the product page. And so it'll be title of each product, the variant, rating, comment, and you'll kind of do that. I think we can actually add media as well. So later on, I'll go find like an image of the product and stick it up here. And then it works. Does it work? I think I might go back and make rating not required because what'll happen by making this field required, as you can see with that asterisk, and if you go back to Gadget in review, rating, this field is required. The problem with that is when there's many products to review, like this one, the user is going to be forced to review every single one. They're not going to be able to leave a review for one and not the others. And I think that's not so great thing. So I will remove that requirement. So I think, can you make the rating field on review optional? I just want the assistant to change, frankly, like I can just click this button and it will remove that validation because some of the validations in Gadget are kind of UIs like require if it's required or not. You don't need code to tell us that. You can just click a button. So the AI, all it's going to do is literally delete this required validation, I believe. And because Gadget has UIs for certain things like schema and database management, it's actually faster to do it yourself by hand very often versus the AI doing it because it's a GUI. Like you can add fields, remove fields by clicking things. You don't need to wait a minute for the AI to basically just remove the required misvalidation. So previously this was the field rating number required. Now it's rating number, just the min-max validation, which I like, which means if I refresh my page, the asterisks will still be there because I haven't gone and redesigned the page, but it won't actually be optional required. So I think if I leave a bunch empty and hit submit, I lied. I was going to say it'll work. Oh, please provide a rating for all products. Let me refresh the page. Is that still the case? I thought I said no, it's not required. I don't want that review. What do you recommend for production? Gadget. I recommend Gadget for production. Gadget is both development and production environments. When I say there's hundreds of public apps and thousands of custom apps built on it, that means both their development and their production. We are your hosting, we're your database, we're the place you build, we're the place you run, we're the place you debug. We manage your Shopify API versions under the hood and we update them all the time because Shopify updates them all the time. It's a one-stop shop solution. The idea is it's full stack, single stack, all the tooling you need to build, run, and scale an application. Yeah, I guess that's true. Like I might have some validation in my or something in my front end, Luke, as you point out, that's making it so that I need all of those. So let me just go to the file right here. Right now, even though the DB does not require a rating, the front end won't let me complete a form without providing one. What I want is the ability for the user to leave as many or as few reviews as they like. And given that it's one review per product, they are currently being forced to fill in the star rating for every single product before they can continue. Can you figure out why the UI is treating this as required and fix it? Okay, that is my best attempt at giving it a generic enough understanding of what I'm experiencing so that it can hopefully fix stuff. Okay, so there was a front. Yes, you were correct, Luke. There was a front-end validation according to the assistant in the file that was also requiring all the ratings. I'm going to remove it. And well, by I'm going to, I mean I'm going to do nothing. I'm going to stare at it. Random. Huh? Different. Oh, I see. The asterisk for requiredness that it removed. That makes sense. And then do that. That makes sense. Okay. I think I should be good to leave one review without leaving 10. Right. One review without leaving 10, please. There we go. Yeah. Okay, great. So I can leave one review without leaving all the reviews. Let's go back to my requirements. I've got my tables. I got the email thing done. Here, let's just start striking through some stuff. What's the command for strike through in Google Docs? I know it exists. Is it like Command Shift S? Nope. We'll do it the old-fashioned way. Red means done. Put the URL ID up, done. When a new review is added, look it up. I'm gonna do this later. I want to do some front end first. So, okay, so admin UI. Yeah, let's talk about what the store staff see. Like, how do they see all the reviews? So, if you go to the preview page in Gadget, it'll show you your app's front end. And if it's a Shopify app that you're building, it'll actually show you what the store staff will see. So, if you remember right at the beginning, when I installed my app on my store, I saw this screen. What I'm looking at now is that same screen embedded in Gadget. So in a full tab, this is the store. If you go to apps, and I think it's my vibe coded reviews development, you'll see this UI. If you go to Gadget, you'll see it right here. And the reason we did this is so you can talk to the assistant and look at what you're actually working on. And go back and forth. So that's kind of nice. I want to replace this. Like, there's no point in my staff seeing a bunch of generic nonsense. So I would say, and this is where Gadget's Assistant is not yet the best. With front ends, I find I have to do it in piecemeal. And anytime I give it too much, it just kind of messes it up. So first thing I'm going to do is tell it to clear the page. Then I'm going to tell it to put a new UI on it. And that's just, for whatever reason, this file, this index file that's like the opening screen of Shopify apps, the assistant has a really hard time understanding that when you say you want something added to it, you probably want stuff removed from it as well. And so it just gives you these really bad UIs. So first things first, remove all UIs from the index file, UI components. And everything else as well, except the, is this Shopify's or us? Except the title that currently says app, if that can be changed, because I don't know if that's actually my code or if that's Shopify, change it to product reviews. Let's clear the page, and then we'll add, I guess, a table of reviews so I can see all of them, and then probably like a page where I can go and see it in detail, maybe even update it, like someone makes a typo or puts a bad word in I don't want on my website. I can kind of intervene a tiny bit before publishing it. Going to go to my second screen, look at some questions. What mailing service will you be using? Which one would you recommend for production apps? Do I have a recommendation? The one I'm using, I think, is Node Mailer under the hood, so that's why it's not super reliable. And I think it's through, I forget the provider's name, but the same provider actually has, they're basically like a aggregator middleware that will allow you to direct to different mail providers. I forget the name of the aggregator, but I think I can use SendGrid or other things under the hood. Usually for transactional emails, I would say SendGrid, but for no other reason than that I have a lot of experience with it. I'm 100% sure there's much better software these days. This is just something I've used 10 million times. It's really clunky and not great. Template building's hard and whatnot, but I go to SendGrid just because it's familiar. I think people who are actively building apps will probably have 10 better suggestions than I would. Okay, so let's see. What is it doing? It's trying to empty this file. Oh, why are you doing that? Let's see what happens here. I don't think this is going to go so good. Oh, actually, it does. Okay, great. So I have a clean page. This is now what people will see as soon as they install my app. Obviously, I just don't want all the a title there. I want a list of reviews. Now, if you're building a public app for Shopify, you probably don't want to fetch dynamic data here. And that's because Shopify wants you to keep your LCP, lowest contentful paint, for the non-technicals here, really, really low, which means like they kind of want the initial load and the initial set of information that you'll show your end user to load really, really fast. And a good way to do that is never to put dynamic data on your initial loading screen. I don't care. I'm going to put a table of reviews here. So can you add a searchable filter? Well, maybe just searchable paginated table of all reviews I have ever received. So basically I want search, table, pagination, next page, last page. Let's see if it gets it right. And by the way, I don't have to tell it stores shouldn't leak each other's data to each other, that I should only ever see one store's reviews when I'm looking at it here. That kind of stuff Gadget won't get wrong, because at the beginning of the project, when you declare your the nature of your app, whether it's custom or public, the assistant is then instructed to try to preserve the security requirements for ensuring that that happens as it goes. So even though I'm not asking it to make sure it doesn't accidentally show me the reviews of every single store that installs my app here, I know that it won't. And that's because the Gadget framework enforces that. And that's kind of why we like this hybrid of like, we as humans have built a framework. The framework is for guaranteeing certain things work. Auth is secure. Permissioning systems work. The AI will always check them. These are things that we as humans built into a framework, and we can guarantee will work every time. And then we go to Claude for the rest of the stuff. And so that kind of hybrid approach is just really highly reliable. And also for the vibe coders in the room, actually secure, because you don't have to hope that the AI did it the right way. You can assume that it's right because humans wrote it, and the AI just said, hey, give me that code that you guys wrote that does permissioning and auth and XYZ. So that's why you get really, really quick outputs that work, right? Like this is a front end connected to a database with search. The search works. Oh, no, it doesn't. I lied. All mankind. What's going on with our search? The search is not working, but everything else is. But this is actually the data from my store. So I'm talking to a database, and I one-shotted a table that can pull all of the records from my reviews table and bring them back to me. Why is... Oh, I know why. Oh, I know why. This is messed up. Okay. It's because the search... This is why all my customers complain to me about this. The search only works on the fields of the table itself and not the related field. So product is a relationship to a product table. So the search is not running on the product table, but I bet you if I search for a word that's in the notes, that will work. This is a gadget thing that I just need to fix at some. Oh, I was wrong. My search is just broken. Why is my search broken? I am just asking my colleagues on the infra team if our search is broken across all of Gadget or not. Hopefully the answer is no. But this is a little suspicious to me because this search table kind of construct is one of the things that's built by humans, added to the framework, and the assistant should not need to build the search. So it should work. It's also doing some weird things like giving me a bunch of data. It's like, oh, you can't search it because there's not enough data for you to search. Let me give you more. That's not true. I'll take more data. Why not? But that's not going to make my search work magically. Nope. My search is broken. Okay. I'm going to wait for the infra team to tell me if search is broken across Gadget, because that would explain why this is not working, whereas everything else is. And I'm going to continue. So I have my reviews, but if I click on one, what happens? Nothing. I can delete it. I can't do much. I can't even see the whole thing. You know, it's like truncated and I have to hover. So maybe add another page to my app that shows the update form for each review. Change, make it so that if I click on any review from the table on my index page, I am taken to the update form. So basically what I'm saying is when I click one of these, I want to be taken to another page where I just see that record and I can change it if I'd like to. Let's see if it gets it right. Okay. Okay, so yeah, it's adding a new page / reviews / the record ID. So it'll be like review 1, 2, and then we'll go fetch the data for review 1, 2 and show it. And it's also updating the index file to make it so that when I click these things, I'm actually taken to another page. Great. I think it'll get this right. This is the kind of stuff it should be pretty good at. Famous last words. So it updates the UI, refreshes the page. If I click a link, there we go. Nice. Okay. So now if you're the brand, you see all your reviews. If you click one, boom, you're here. And this is where you can update the review as the staff, which may or may not be a questionable practice, but we'll allow it. I don't like that this is a pill and not a picker, not like a drop down where I get and pick the products. Note field should be bigger. Customer and order should be not editable. Okay, so let's make a few changes. Let's make some changes to this UI. 1, reorder the info. Rating, not rating first. Customer first, order next, rating, show as stars, and fill in the stars to indicate how many. Let's see if it figures out what I mean by that. And note, customer, make this non-editable in the front end. Order number, also make this non-editable. I don't see why you can change these things. Same with product. Actually, you know what? Let's try something different. Put order, customer, product, and line item in a nice card at the top of the page that is not editable, and remove the fields from the form. I want to show this info, but I don't want a user to be able to change it. Rating a note. So, okay, so let's do some updates to the UI. I'm going to take some of the stuff here that to me just feels like useful to see as a store staff, but not really to edit. And hope the AI gets it right. The other thing I want to do is like, I don't like this is published. I'm going to put a nice big publish button, and I'm going to make it so that when you hit publish, the person who left the review also gets notified. Hey, your review has been published. So let's go look at some code. Pretend we know what we're doing. Yes. Let's see. Come on. Load those reviews. What did you do? Broke my UI. Huh, that was weird. Just have to refresh. If I click it, okay, so review information, order info, customer info, product info, order line item info. Sure, why not? Update review. That's not what I asked for. What the hell is that? And this, okay. In the review information card, do not put an additional header for each of the data points. It's sufficient to just have a single header for the card called overview, not review information, whatever the hell that means. And without any other secondary headers. The field name and value is sufficient for the user to understand. So basically what I'm saying is like, just get rid of this nonsense. Like, I don't know why it's here. Customer info is weird. Also, customer information is not showing the email of the customer. Let's see what it does with that. One thing I need to add at some point is like upload a screenshot or a scribble or something, because I find UIs, it starts getting really annoying once you start trying to refine it with prompts, and almost certainly at some point you want to just go to the code file. Yeah, we've got to get better at that. Let me look at the chat. Anybody here that I am supposed to be talking to? And it, by the way, the search thing was a infrastructure issue that's seemingly fixed. So I think we can try searching again once we're done. Okay, so edit review page, overview shows me a bunch of stuff. Oh, it got rid of the customer. And then update review. Okay, sure, why not? In the edit review card, remove the header update review and make the star rating, or here, make the rating system a UI of 5 stars that are grayed out. The user can click those stars to indicate their vote. On click, fill them in with yellow. Let's try it this way and see if it figures out what I'm getting at. SoundGrid is a good one, but you can use whatever you prefer. It's not selected. Okay, so I think people here are talking to me. Also, currently, you're not creating a relationship for variant to a review, so you want to have context. So have multiple review models per product. Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. Yeah, I should probably put the review on variant. You're right, Luke. It's not required, but I guess your is expanded to be all selected. What do you? Production. Yeah. Okay, let's see what the AI did. Why am I? The nice thing about I think with AI assisted coding, it almost never makes sense to review a front end file. It especially on a web IDE where you can go see the front end. So I think when I get big front end files at this point, I'm just like autopilot, hit yes, just go look at it, play with it. Was it what I expected? Back end is a bit different, but with front end, there's almost no point. Like maybe I'll be careful with what I'm saying, but when I get a lot of front end code, it makes a lot more sense to review it visually than to review the code. And that's just something I'm noticing I keep doing over and over. Are you serious? You just ignored everything I said. Everything. You didn't even fucking do the title. Like, what did you change? Oh, this rollback is also broken. Sorry, I need to send this to a colleague. More bugs. I get questions about the screenshotting tool I use. It's called CleanShot X. It is the best. I think it's like $10 lifetime. It does video, screenshots, all sorts of stuff. Okay, I'm going to stop on this portion for now. Like I don't need this to be perfect yet. I want to go to the storefront UI. Like, how do you see reviews on the product page? How am I going to show a storefront extension that displays the relevant reviews for each product for each brand on that products page? Ooh. So Shopify storefront UIs, like the user interfaces that the shopper sees, have to be powered by, if you want them hosted by Shopify, which you almost certainly do, have to be powered by this technology they built called extensions. And so the AI has correctly identified that if I'm trying to give UI to Shopify to show on the store, I need to build an extension, and hopefully it's going to go about doing it. It's actually pretty good at extensions, especially Claude Sonnet 4, which is what we're on now. Really good at extensions. Usually gets them in a shot or two. Not necessarily like the prettiness of the UI, but like the syntax and it just working. So, new extension block, a product review. So it's adding a new extension that can be added to any store. And the way extensions work is you go to Shopify, you go to your online store, and you can kind of turn on an extension once the app is installed. So you would install my app, you would go to your editor, and you would turn on my reviews extension, and then the reviews would show up on the various product pages. This is super slow. Usually not this slow. Hmm. Interesting. Did it just die? Let's do that again. This is probably time for a new chat window. So if this doesn't work, I'm gonna start over. Alrighty. Man, there's a lot of people watching this thing. No pressure. No pressure. 1,300 people. Holy moly. All right. Welcome to the 500 who joined in the last 30 minutes. I'm building a Shopify app in case you missed it. And where I am at right now is I'm just kind of, I have built the backend, I've built the connection to Shopify, I've built the user interface that the staff of the store would see to see reviews and manage them. And what I'm working on is the actual user interface that the shopper will see. So if you're on one of the pages that has reviews, how do you see the reviews? How do you search through them, and so on and so forth? And we're going to have to do some work on this. This is where whatever it does in this file, I will tell you why it's not good enough in a moment. And it has to do with the fact that we have a storefront that is now making direct calls to Gadget's API. The reason I did it this way, as opposed to using Shopify's meta objects, which is their version of a database table, is because I want this UI to be searchable. And meta objects are not searchable as far as I know. Maybe there's some weird, janky way to make them super searchable, but I don't have the time to figure that out. So instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the Gadget database to store the reviews and show them to the visitors of the stores. But that's going to be really expensive for me if the store is really big, because every time anyone hits a product page, or an API call is going to be made to Gadget. Hey, show me the reviews, bring them back and display them. So probably after I get the UI right, I'll start working on caching, where I might do something where unless you're searching, I'm going to show the same 5 reviews every time on every product page. And that way, like when you load the page, I'm not actually going to go and call the database and fetch the 5 reviews. I'll show you the same 5 I'm ready to show anytime. And when you start searching, then I'll go and actually call Gadget and find the products you're searching for. So that's how I'm going to do it. Maybe it's not the right call. Maybe there was a way to do this with meta objects and still keep the UI very searchable, but I'm not going to do it that way. So this is apparently my extensions file, and this is a liquid file. So liquid is Shopify's simple expression language, and if you're not familiar with it, neither am I, but the AI is, so it doesn't matter. You hit accept, and this is where it gets a little interesting. So to preview an extension, unfortunately, you can't do it here. You have to run a command in a terminal, and then Shopify will get your file and serve it, and then you can see it in a very special place that Shopify hosts. So I'm just going to say, yeah, run it. The terminal is going to boot up. This is my terminal, by the way. Just booted up. It's doing terminal things. Mm-hmm. And then I think, which store would you like to view your project on? Metafield SKU example. Yep, that's right. And now it's going to go and send the extension to Shopify. Enter my store password. God damn it. I think it's Gadget. Is that what it was? Yes. Super secure, folks. Super secure. So yeah, you got everything in one place while it's doing this. You got files, database tables, logs, front-end previews, background jobs, which I won't even bother getting into right now. If you're building something very sophisticated, you'll need this thing. For now, you don't need to bother. And even an interface to see who's installed your app and fix little issues like re-register their webhooks and whatnot, because you can have all sorts of weird problems with Shopify when you're operating at scale. So it seemed to have worked, and now Shopify is saying, okay, if you want to see that extension, it's over here. Click this link, and I think we'll be able to preview whatever the hell the AI thought was the suitable UI for this thing. Okay. Is it showing you like this, though? That's interesting. This is not a... what's the extension target? I think it got some things wrong. Let's look at this. Maybe I'm wrong. Hmm. I'm going to need a proxy as well, right? Let's go to my store. Oh, I see. Maybe I turn on the... I'm stupid, guys. I think I'm supposed to go to the online store. Where the hell did they move this thing? I used to work at Shopify like a lifetime ago, and I have no clue where anything is anymore. There's the online store. Where's my editor? I am on Dawn. That's great. I think what I'm supposed to do is I have to add it as a theme block if I haven't added it yet. I think that's what I'm trying to do, right? How do I turn on a theme block? Hmm. Where is the add section? Oh, there we go. Oops. There we go. Oh, nope. Hmm. Somebody in the chat help me, please. Someone who knows what the heck is going on or understands Shopify. No, nobody here. I am looking at this. Why is it here? It wasn't deployed as an extension. So it's supposed to show up as an extension that I can go into my theme and just like turn on, and then there should be a review section. Oh, wait, actually, I need to be on the product pages. That's why. That could be it. Geez, I have not used this thing in forever. Nope. Hmm. AI, what do you think you've done? Remove the unit. It's causing the validation error. Oh, it's just a little syntax error, maybe? Let's try it again. I hate that. You gotta click this link again, I think, every time. And then that will take me, sorry, I gotta go to my editor. Go to product page. So I'm the merchant, and what I'm doing is I'm turning on, oh, there we go, product review. There we go. So this is the UI that our very wise assistant has decided is necessary. Customer reviews, title in the center, no reviews yet, be the first to leave a review. Well, how, you know? The how is via email, so I don't think this copy makes sense because I don't plan on adding the add review button. I need a nice empty state because this is ugly. And I need search and a table, or is it a table? It's a list. I think I want search and a list of like 5 recent reviews, and then pagination. So like search box, like maybe a title or something like customer reviews, search box, review 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then go to next page, go to next page, go to next page. Yeah, that's what I want. And then whatever empty state I do, I'm going to do it in the field list display. Okay, so I want to change the extension UI. I want a nice component that has the title reviews in the top left. It has a search bar that can look through all review notes. It displays up to 5 reviews as a list of cards. It offers pagination to go to the next page of 5 reviews. And I'm just going to do 5. I think that's enough. So header, search, reviews, pagination. I think that's my UI. Yeah. Oh, and in the event that there are no reviews, can I actually make the extension not show, or will that be empty as far as Shopify is concerned? Don't show anything, including the title or search. Let's see what happens. Because I just don't like this. Like, I would never want to visit a product page where if there's no reviews, like, what's the point of telling me there's no reviews? Just don't put a review section, is what I'm trying to do. Let's see if it can be done. StreamYard, did you uninstall from command line? Did I install it from the command line on my development store? Oh, it was just a syntax error, Luke. The assistant fixed it. There's just like a tiny syntax error that was causing the issue. Although usually syntax errors make Shopify crash, and in this case, didn't, which was weird. Let's look at what's happening on this file. Oh, the client synchronously, blah, blah, blah. Review section. Really working hard on this one. What's going on? What's going on, buddy? What do you all do when you're waiting for AI to give you code? Do you like open up another conversation and just start building something else? Man, let's go. How many lines of code is this thing? Eh, reviewing changes, one change, accept, great. That's what I mean by like the quick review. If you just wait a second, it'll do a quick check on it and usually fix like one or two small things. And so you end up in less of a fix error death loop. So let's go look at it again. And the best way to look at it again is this URL I need to change. I need to go to the online store. We need to, let's go customize it, or let's go see what it looks like actually. Products. Okay, there's no reviews thingy. No. Hopefully that means that's right, hopefully, I don't know. So let's go and create a review for this product. This is the product ID. I'm just getting it from the URL, or is that the product ID, or is that the theme ID? I am going to, which product are you? Can I change the product? Yeah, I'm going to pick something a little more unique because as you can see, I just copy pasted a lot of products and it's confusing which one's which, but I bet you there's one called test. We'll do the new product. We're going to take over new product. Yeah. And we're going to go place an order. Here, I'll open a tab. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to place a new order, but for this specific product so that I can go and see if the review actually shows up. I have too many products that are all named the same thing, and so I'm just getting confused as to where my review is supposed to be. What did we say the product was called? It was called new product. Great, new product. There's a lot of them. We're going to pick a brand spanking new product, and we're going to order it. Create the order, fulfill the order. Oh my God, my back. How do professionals do this for a living? And we will wait for the email. Hopefully we get it. 0 minutes ago, perfect. I ordered, now I'm leaving a review. I go and I see my product, brand spanking new product. I go and leave a review. And now, if we go here and I refresh, will it show up? So this is what my store, this is the staff seeing the editor that lets them design their store, but this page would have been the product page for this fake product I created called new product. So what I'm trying to do is see why my reviews thing doesn't show up. And why doesn't it show up? Add a section, apps, product reviews. It's because I haven't clicked on it. And what do I get? I get, where's my reviews? Yeah. Oh, I just said, where is it? Oh, okay. So, I bet you it's because I have a is published. It's set to false, and I bet you somewhere in the code, the AI obviously correctly decided, unless the staff says it's published, there's no way to show it on the store. So let's go back and see if that's right or wrong. And I'm gonna eyeball my extension file. Actually, you know what? I don't even need to do that. I'm going to build the publish workflow. I said I would do it. I'll do it. This UI again is what the store staff see. So what I'll do is I'll replace this radio button with a little button. Replace the is published, I don't know, checkbox with a nice, with buttons. If the review is currently unpublished, put a nice big publish button at the top right of the page. If the review is published, put a nice big unpublished button at the top of the page. I am curious what the assistant does, and I'm really hoping it does something very specific that I can talk about. If not, I'm gonna do it again and again until it does what I want it to do, so I can talk about the thing I want to talk about. Yeah, it's not going to do the thing I want. Okay. So this makes sense that it kind of did it this way. It's a little unfortunate. Like, typically, I don't like using update actions to update everything. You know what I mean? Like, this is my record. The update action lets me update any of the columns, any value. I can change test to quality. I can do whatever I want with any of these values. That's what the update action is for. In my view, to build a scalable backend, you kind of want to like break your logic a little bit better than that. When you're just updating information, yeah, put it in an update action. But if you're gonna do something that's a little different, where like you click a button, something happens, the record updates, but also an email gets fired off, probably what I'm gonna do. I would usually just separate that into another action. Like, ideally, I would have liked to see the AI introduce publish and unpublish actions first, separate those behaviors from update, and then go build a front end. It didn't do that. So I'm going to ignore it. And I'm going to say, no, thank you. Before doing that, let's go and create publish and unpublish actions that will change the publish status of a review and send an email to the reviewer letting them know their review has either been accepted or rejected, and thanking them regardless. Something like that. So first I'm going to get it to go do the back end part the way I like, and for no other reason than I just want it that way. There are good reasons to want it that way. I'm lying. But you could have taken the code that the assistant gave you and worked with that too. I just think that has a shelf life that is shorter in the long term than the way I built the application. By the way, I'm also super happy to explain why I architect my apps the way I architect them. Again, I am not a developer. And so if you find my language fascinating, you can learn it too as a non-developer. In fact, the Gadgets framework is really, really simple once you understand that the words we use all map to one of the 5 W's. Who, where, when, what, why, how. And so those answers actually map to gadget concepts like triggers and actions and so on and so forth. And once you know that mapping, you have a much easier time building complicated software with Gadget, because you kind of know where your code's supposed to go, even as a non-developer. And then you can start doing what I'm doing, which is not really reading the code, but just eyeballing it. Like, is the file name correct? Because that tells me where it's going, and where it's going tells me so much about whether the AI got it right or wrong. And a few other like little things, like why did it not create new actions for publish and unpublish? These are things that I could teach a non-developer in an hour, and you could follow my language a lot better watching this video a second time. So if anyone's interested, let me know. Find me on Discord. I do these framework live streams all the time, very low fidelity. So I announce them on Discord or my socials, and I just jump on screen because it's 10 p.m. and I'm just talking in front of a camera. So if there's enough interest, I'll do one of those again. Files are ready. Let's go look at them. So I got two actions, publish and unpublish. And hopefully they work. Let's go look at our UI. Whoops, UI. I didn't add it yet. So maybe I go back and, oh, yeah, I didn't add it yet. So update the update reviews page, which is the page I'm on, to display the correct publish or unpublish action as a button at the top right of the page, depending on the publish status of the product. So if it's published, show me the inverse button. Also, remove the radio button as that is redundant once the buttons are there. So I want to get rid of this, and I want to put buttons up here, either publish or unpublish. And when I click them, I expect in my database, if I test this out, this field is published false. I'm assuming if I hit publish, it goes to true. So, This is a little not as fast as I thought I would go, but that's also because I'm explaining a lot. But in terms of like one shot, it's getting a lot of things in one shot, like tables that are connected to backends. And I won't lie, I'm a little bit more impressed than I thought I would be. And I think this is Sonnet 4. We recently switched from 3.7 to Sonnet 4, and we're just finding it's way better and more expensive. For us, at least. All right, yeah, that looks right. Sure. Let's go look at my app. Let's go look at my product reviews page. I click on a review, and of course it didn't do it right. Like there's an unpublished button here, there's a submit here, everything's janky. Okay. Now, put the submit button below the update review card and right align it with the card. I want a submit button here, like right underneath this card where there is no screen. And then I find this little UI movement stuff is what AI sucks at the most. So I'm not going to ask it to do two things at once. I'm just going to start doing things like one by one until it gets it right. Mm-hmm. By the way, for the pro devs here, like what I was talking about earlier was just declarative versus imperative programming. I would much rather split all of my code related to what happens to reviews between these 5 files as opposed to jamming these 3 in one. And that's kind of what I was getting at, is instead of overloading update, just separate other actions that have business logic. And it's just that much easier to read your own code and scale it and debug it. So, what did it do? Claims to have done something. Let's just say yes and go look at it. So this is the edit review page. Great. It put the wrong button to the bottom right of the card. So actually, I don't mind that. I guess submit being here is not a big deal. Maybe I just move unpublish up here. Yeah, okay. Move the unpublish button to above the overview card and right align it. Basically, it should be on the same line as the edit review page header, but right adjusted. I want it here, and I'm doing my best in English to say put it here in 8 different ways. Mm. I feel like I need like fast jokes or something for these lulls because I can't really look at the chat because then you all would be looking at the chat. Um, so yeah, I just sit here silently watching a spinner with 1,000-something people staring at me. Okay, so update. I don't know why it decided to remove the title and re-add it, but okay. And what do we do here? We're just supposed to move a button. I don't know why. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So this is a published review, therefore it has an unpublished button. Let's just double check that. I think the review would be in my table, the last one, the one called test. And I just want to make sure is published false. So that's wrong, because then if it's not published, or maybe I clicked on the wrong one, sorry. I think it's this one. Yeah, okay, sorry, I was looking at the wrong one. Because it's not published, I can hit publish. If I hit publish, I get an error. What is this error telling me? It's telling me the AI forgot that this publish action needs to be granted to somebody, either the shopper or the store staff. In this case, the store staff, the Shopify app user, which is again store staff, can't publish a review. Let's go fix it. It's all it's going to do. And this again is where UIs beat AI sometimes, is go to our permissioning abstraction, this UI, and it's going to check these boxes so that the store staff can publish and unpublish reviews. Probably should check delete and update and other things too. Like update's probably broken right now because right now the store staff can't do it. And yet if I look at my UI, there's a button that says submit, which is technically update. Like if I change this to love this product too, I bet this is gonna crash. There you go. Why? Because the store staff doesn't have access to updating either. So we'll fix that as well. But again, we're gonna do it the slow AI way of waiting a couple of minutes for the assistant to check these checkboxes for me. There you go. So it's going to say publish is now true, unpublish is now true. Great. This little filter that it adds is just to make sure that it's per store. So we're not mixing and mingling the different stores' data. It'll keep adding this snippet to almost every permissioning thing you built, just because of the nature of the app. If I had picked custom app at the beginning and I was building for my own store, like something custom for my own business, it wouldn't do that. So permissions, well, I'm going to cheat, guys, because I don't want to wait another minute just to click these ones. I'm just going to click them myself. And I'm going to cheat as well and say that, yeah, the shopper should probably be able to read the reviews because it forgot that too. And now let's go and look at our app. I have my reviews. They're coming in. I'm the store staff. I can click one. This one is hopefully published. And when I hit unpublish, boom, it changes. And now the button's published. Okay, great. So I got publish on publish working. I was supposed to get an email when that happened, right? Like I asked for an email. So let's see if I got an email too. I didn't even specify the copy of the email, so I'm not really sure what I'm expecting, but hopefully it's good. No, it didn't send me an email. Did it send me an email? No, it didn't. Okay. Let's go look at our code. What did you do up here when you said you were going to send emails, you liar? Publish. What did you do, publish? Hey, wait, what? Okay, maybe it's just the email's not there yet. Let's be patient. Or not. I don't know. Why did you not? Oh, I know. Again, I'm dumb. I know exactly what I did. This order that I just, where did I go? Oh, I was in my preview and I said publish. I don't remember exactly which order I picked, but I do know that I picked one that isn't from my email address. So I'm not going to get the email. I need to find my order. And my order was new, it's like new product, but I think it was one of these two. I'm going to pick this one. I'm going to hit publish. And I expect to have received an email. There we go, 20, there we go. Hello, Mohammed, thank you for your review. We're pleased to inform you that your review has been published on our site. Review details, blah, blah, blah. Appreciate the feedback. Great. I get emails, and then let's just test out unpublish. So that should also send me an email. Thanks for your review. We truly appreciate it. While your review didn't meet our publication guidelines, know that your feedback's great, yada, yada, yada. Fantastic. So now I have a publishing workflow. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and publish these reviews. The last one, too. Can I go back to this one? Publish this too. And the reason I'm doing this is I think on the page itself, I should be able to see it if I refresh it. So if I refresh Shopify's theme editor, where are my reviews? Add a section, product reviews. Okay. I don't know why. What? Nope. Something's going wrong. Oh, do I have to? Yeah. Customer reviews is where. Hmm. Where is my extension UI? I do not see my extension UI in my theme. Why? It was there for a moment, but it's disappeared. Add the extension to your theme. I did it. Configure after adding it. You can go over the review section title. Okay. Preview. Make sure you're viewing a product page that has reviews in my database. I do. I have reviews, I swear. Anyone in the chat have an idea why my reviews UI disappeared? Do a knock knock joke while you wait. Yeah. Why is my, sorry, I'm trying to think, like, I had it here. What did I do? I had it here. There was an empty state. I didn't like it. And hmm, turn it on? No. How do I see this on a page? I think maybe it's just the UI itself. So here, let's do the extension file code is wrong. Nothing ever shows, even if there are reviews for that product. Remove my requirement for not displaying the reviews card when there are no reviews. Always show the section, even if there are no reviews. Let's start there. Let's just always show something so that I can test that it can actually accomplish that, and then work our way back to maybe sometimes we don't show it. In my logs, I do not see any errors or anything related to. That was from a long time ago. Yeah, that was the update permission not being there. And by the way, the logs here, like you can see one of my emails never got sent. I bet you that was the one that I said I picked somebody else's order by mistake. That order, that customer doesn't have an email. And so when Gadget tried to send the email, it failed and there was a log entry that was added to the log. So the assistant is really good at also just kind of like console logging things so that as you're debugging, you can see like, oh, okay, there's some content here that I can work with. So this file is big. Jeez. Should I accept that file? Yeah, I did. Where is my reviews? Okay. All right. All right. All right. Review section. Loading reviews. It's probably no reviews on this page, or maybe there are some and it's just slow as hell. Okay, so it's trying to load and it's failing. Let's go back to Gadget. Let's go back to the logs. And let's just look for anything that's happening that we can see, at least on the back end. Nothing that I can see that matters. Let's go back to, I think it might just be like an empty state. So what am I going to need to do here? I'm going to need, do I need an app proxy? Because I need the store's reviews. You are still not pulling reviews correctly. I suspect you're not pulling the relevant reviews for the store that the reviews widget is shown on, can you make sure that you are fetching the merchant's info, I'll leave it vague, first, and then using that to fetch the relevant product reviews? Gadget. My one hunch is it's not actually first making sure that it makes the call to Gadget as the individual merchant that it's showing the UI on. That's my theory. Why that? I've seen it do that in the past. No other good reasons. Probably, like, I'm getting a little tired, so probably if I wanted to do this properly, I would go read that file and think about it for a second, or maybe even like copy paste it into the chat and say, like, explain to me what would happen when there are no reviews on a page. Explain to me what would happen. Would you ever pull the reviews from 10 brands and display them on one brand store? And just by asking it, like, what does this file even do? Just build a mental model of, like, okay, that's how it coded the file, and see if I can figure out where it made a problem. So if this doesn't work, I'll maybe revert to that tactic. We will let it review and apply. And now, hopefully, I don't think I need to run anything, right? Like, I don't need to run dev. It's always running, as far as I know. You. So why do I have to keep doing this? Is this normal in development that you have to keep going and adding the section? I'm just gonna go to the page maybe. Oh, it's a page without reviews again. I'm back on this. Let me go to new product. I think we said brand spanking new product. I'll go to my store. Battlefield SKU. This is my store as seen by a shopper. My very ugly store. Go to my catalog. New. Is this product not even live? There's too many new products. Well, so far none of them are loading reviews, so still not working. I think. Why aren't you pulling reviews? Why aren't you pulling reviews? Okay. Every page shows the reviews widget, but none show reviews. Why? I'll just assume, again, I'm going fast, so like maybe I made a mistake. I picked the wrong new product. I'll just create another order, and I'll do it on new product. But which new product? So we leave the editor. We go to orders. We create a new order. We pick a very unique product name. Unique title. There we go. That's the one I want to buy. Unique title product. And I buy it as myself. I mark it as paid. I create the order, fill the order. We have tested this flow numerous times now. And then I go to my email and I wait for that email. And I go leave my review. Yeah, so far so good. And then on this, what did we say it was called? It was called unique, something unique. Where's my store? Look at, I don't know if there's a way to preview directly in Shopify. So this is my store again. This is the product in question again. And there are still no reviews. Okay, so it's not fetching the reviews, even there are some. And nope, you're wrong. I know for a fact that there is a review for the unique title product, and yet it doesn't show on the page. How do we debug this? I'm genuinely curious how to debug this because some of it is on Shopify's end. I don't know what tools they make accessible. I'm gonna go to my chat to see if anyone better than me at building apps has an answer for me. Gadget also built with non-programmers or devs in mind. I am a non-coder. Yes, all AI stars. I think it depends like what your ambition is and how committed you are. We have designers, PMs, solutions engineers, solutions architects building apps with Gadget all the time. If you have the type of brain that kind of understands that spreadsheets or database tables and you have an easy time thinking in spreadsheets, you'll have an easy time with Gadget, regardless of your role. So, like, if you worked in finance and you've done a lot of financial modeling in Excel, you will probably have a good time with Gadget. If your expectation is pure vibe code a la Bolt or Lovable, where like you're not thinking, you're just clicking next, 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 I think in Gadget, you can probably build just as simple a thing as you can in Bolt and Lovable and no more complicated. So if it's just a website or a website with a CMS or like one API call that saves data in a database, sure. But a Shopify app, you can't vibe code your way through. There's just too many big complicated decisions, and they're actually like human decisions that need to be made. But if you spent an hour and a half reading docs, learning the product, and actually trying, yeah, 100% a non-coder can build an app with Gadget. I haven't written a line of code professionally ever in my life. I am a very, very technical product manager, but still, I haven't written a line of code in my life. And you see me building something that, frankly, like a real developer would charge many, many thousands of dollars and many, many days, if not weeks, to kind of get through. So yes, you can. You looked at my Chrome tools to see if there's an error there. I didn't realize I could do that with the storefront editor, but that's a great point. Why don't I try it and see? Yes, there you go. When did this one occur? Why is there a cores error still? I didn't need that. Anyways, here you go, AI. Figure it out. I get all these errors in my console and nothing shows. Have I looked at Chrome tools? Yes, I am currently trying to do that, but we'll see if it goes anywhere. Do a knock knock joke while we wait. Does anyone know a good knock knock joke? Type it out. I'll read it. Did you install it from a command line on your dev store? Yes, I did. Luke, I installed it from the Gadget terminal command line on my dev store. Come on, AI, do something. Extensions. debugging the core issues. Maybe change the script loading approach instead of using the. No, no, don't do. No. Why? Why? What a weird set of decisions there. And on that question of like how technical you need to be, like we started off 3 years ago as a app builder for front end devs. So the idea was like if you knew how to write JavaScript, but you never actually built a full stack app, never built a backend, a database, scaled it, run it, the product was geared towards them. It's like we give you a framework, you'll understand it intuitively, and you'll just write JavaScript, and magically you'll go from being front end dev to full stack dev. So most of the Shopify agencies all use us historically because so many of them were front end focused, and we kind of brought them into like app development. And then since then, more of the full stack agencies have kind of started using it too. So like we started off by making it so that who couldn't do something can do something. And then the more we've worked on it, and then with the injection of AI, I would argue that that's just kind of moved downstream. Like that's why we went from front end devs to PMs, data scientists, designers, solutions engineers, solutions architects, sales engineer, like anyone who kind of orbits developers but isn't actually a developer, but still kind of knows a bit of the lingo, very, very within reach. And then below that, if you're still less technical, it kind of comes down to how much you're willing to try. Um, so if you're willing to learn some concepts, you will succeed. Let's see. What do we get? We got an extension. Hopefully this is right. I won't bother looking at that. And let's go. Ooh, no, it threw a bunch of errors, I think. Did it? Maybe. I'm not sure what those errors were. Let's go to our store theme. Oh, here, actually, I have the page now. I think I can just refresh it, see what happens. Nothing. Nothing happens. Still the same nonsense. Where are my reviews? Are there logs? Hmm. No errors, no nothing. And yet I still can't see my UI. All right, I need a 5 minute break because I just need a 5 minute break. I'm gonna put us all on be right back, and I'm just gonna go get some water, freshen up, and come right back and try to finish this. I will be back in 5. Holy moly, there's 1,800 people. I don't know why every time I go away on a break, a few hundred more show up, but thank you all for joining us at the tail end of what will hopefully be a successful Shopify app build. Where I am right now is I've gotten myself a little stuck on why my reviews aren't actually showing up on my store. And I have, this is basically the AI added a little bit of debugging UI for me. So I can click this button, run the test call, and see what happens. Let me actually try that. So let me go to the store, hit that test button and see. Did it even do anything? I don't think it did anything. So let's go look at our logs. I don't see anything. I don't think it did anything. Nope, it did not. Okay, so I don't think the test button worked. I'm just going to roll back this last change. I don't care for it. Roll back basically is like just undo whatever that last file was and take me back one state before. And that's because I just don't want to deal with this whole giant red text. Oh my God, it's still there. I guess it was. I'm not sure. Why is it still showing this debug thingy? I thought I undid it. Sorry, there's a question in the chat about adding NPM dependencies in Gadget and where you can find information about it. Just docs and then search and you'll find about NPM. And if you're curious, yes, there is a package JSON file down here. You can put whatever packages you want in here. The AI can as well. And then you just hit run yarn and we'll go and install the dependencies. Right now they're all installed, so this button should technically not show up, and that is a bug that I'm going to send my colleagues to fix. Okay, why am I think I'm just going to change strategies altogether. I think I'm just going to go and ask it to use the same proxy route that I have and fetch the products based on the current shop. So yeah, let me do that. Let's try a different approach. Let's replace the script tag, which is currently in my extension. So it's using a script tag that Gadget generates for every app. Okay, so let me take a step back. As you build your app in Gadget, yourself manually or with the assistance of AI, as the backend is being built, everything is being documented for you automatically. So this is your entire backend API, yours, your documentation. It is auto-generated. How to read a review, write a review, update a review, everything is kind of documented for you with code samples in TypeScript, JavaScript, and GraphQL, which is what our API is built on. And this documentation is fed to the agent. So the agent in real time is getting its own updated documentation and code samples for how to make the calls to the backend API. And that's why another reason why you see a lot more accuracy in the results with Gadget. It's like the auto-generated API with code samples fed back to the AI just kind of improves things. So why did I talk about this? I think I was bringing this up because I wanted to highlight that. I don't know why I brought that up. I think I just randomly went on a tangent about how Gadget generates and documents a cool API for you. I'm sure it was relevant to what I was doing, but I'm not exactly sure. Oh yeah, what was relevant about it is the API is accessible in a few ways. So if you're calling the API externally, meaning not from a Gadget front end, you have a few options, and one of them is a script tag. So you can use React. We actually create an npm package for your app too, so you will be able to literally npm install your own npm package for your backend API anywhere on the internet. Like this is a real npm package for my app, and I can install it on Vercel and have the front end on Vercel. The script tag specifically is often used for environments that don't let you do npm install, like Shopify. But there are other approaches, and so I want to try a different approach. Let's replace the script tag with the proxy route that fetches products based on the current shop product reviews based on the current. I'm just going to try a different approach. I have a feeling, and this is just like a theory, I'm not sure. Script tags in Shopify have weird behaviors, I think, when they're how do I get into this without getting like bizarrely technical? The same two gadget script tags installed on a store sometimes create weird behaviors. And I think that's a Shopify bug, but I've never really been able to pin it down. And because I'm doing this on a test store that I've installed many gadget apps on, I probably have tons of script tags that look very, very similar because they're all going to have the gadget URL in the name. And I think there's some weird Shopify-ness around like multiple script tags that look the same, and then Shopify just like randomly picks one and boots that one up. So that's my theory. Is I blame Shopify. They probably didn't actually some of the right script tag, and there's probably another app I've installed with a very similar script tag that's being called instead of mine. Am I right or wrong? I don't know, but that's my theory. And generally, I think the whole script tag approach for what I'm doing isn't necessary, so it's fine. Let's try a different approach and see if that works. I think like, did that do it? I created a new replace the script. I don't think it did that right. But... All right. Let's see. Reviews. I don't need to do this. I think I can just refresh this page. I hate the gadget keeps sending me to my admin and not my front end. Nothing is working. I'm so close. I could taste it. I just need a review to show up. Show up so I can search you. Let's go look at the front end again. Let's look at the console. Oh, syntax error. I thought Shopify's supposed to tell me that. What the fuck was the point? Oh my god, is this their turn? Hmm. Yeah. So Shopify's error reporting in the terminal is always super weird. You always have to like scroll up and try to find any errors in Timbuktu. Although the AI seems to have looked for it and is pretty sure it hasn't seen any errors, so it's not that. Wait, what? Is that correct? Oh, because it's a proxy. I think I gotta go back to that. What's this? Let's go look at this file. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, I think it's the subpath. I think I just put proxy by mistake, I'm sure, at some point. Or maybe the AI hallucinated it because it was in our back and forth discussion where at some point I'd called it proxy instead of my app proxy. Let's see. Nope. Nope. Mm-hmm. Console errors. No, that's not it. Let's see this file again. It keeps messing with that URL and constantly going back and forth. That wasn't how it was. Hmm. So that's right. Reviews, product ID. Hmm. Hmm. What is wrong here? Luke, do you know in the chat? Have you looked at? Hey, wish you a nice stream. Have a question about adding NPM. Where can I find docs about it? Just search for NPM in the docs if you go look for guides and package JSON in your nav. Let's see. Let me try and. Are you sure this is the right URL? Extensions, theme extension. Oh. I'm not sure why this is not showing any of my stuffs. Hmm. Where do we go from here? I am stuck. We have a UI that's not loading even though the data's there. Everything else seems to work. My logs. Just look at some of these errors again. Oh, this one's probably the issue. Okay, there's a syntax error. I don't understand. I thought Shopify was supposed to tell me about syntax errors. Like, what? No, Shopify. I get this syntax error in my console. Here. Review my extension file for all possible syntax errors related to Shopify extension files. I don't know what error it is, but I'm sure this is a Shopify syntax error. I don't know why I don't get it in my terminal. It's in the console. It's half the time the errors are in the terminal. I guess sometimes they're in the console. Okay, hold on. What? What the hell? After reviewing my theme, I found a critical issue. It's in the schema section. Oh wait, that was in the console too, I think. I thought we were catching these. There should have been a nice fix button next to this. That's a bug. Default 5 unit reviews, sure. Why not? Oh, the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of all of the settings that it added to my theme. I don't know what those settings are. I don't want them. I hate it when AI adds more features and gets itself into messy code states. Let me just refresh this page. Still can't see a review. Great. Can all settings from my theme extension. I want the number of reviews to always be 5 and the UI to always be fixed with no optionality for the store to change anything. That's how I roll. Right now, the app, if you recall, in Shopify had, here, let's just log into my store, had these settings in terms of like how many reviews do you want to show and so on and so forth. The more code, the more opportunities for mess ups. I don't need those settings. I didn't ask for them. They weren't features I wanted. I'm going to remove them. Maybe I'll add them someday when I actually care to. Right now, I mostly want to finish the core application. So any other code, I'm going to start removing because I'll just assume that it could be part of the problem. Apps is here. Product review review block is down here. And the product review block still has a bunch of settings. How is that? Oh, because I haven't actually changed anything. Great. Let's go refresh the page. All these settings gone. Okay, so no settings anymore. Great. Still no reviews. Okay. Sucks. Maybe they're just slow? Nope. Let's go to the console. Still? Let's go to the terminal. Error. Okay. There's one. There are more errors returned from Shopify in the terminal. Go read and fix them all. This is what I mean by like sometimes Shopify sends important stuff, but you gotta like scroll up and find it. And also like, why is it blended into everything else like this? Ideally, it would just kind of pop in some different way where I'd notice it right away. That's probably the issue. And I think the other thing about the Shopify CLI is like it returns one syntax error at a time. I could be wrong, but I think you have to like work your way through them. So if you have n6 syntax errors, you're gonna be working through all of it. What is this file? Okay, it's still working. While it's doing this, I'm gonna open up another chat and I'm just gonna tell it to remove or reorder these columns. I think I'm gonna start with like customer, rating, note, then why is customer twice here? This is weird, by the way, customer. I'm curious. If I go look at my reviews table, why do I have two customers in there? Customer. Okay, so there's one, but probably in the front end. I think the assistant has taken that first name, last name, split them up, but decided for whatever reason to just call it customer twice. So let's go look at, yeah, see customer dot first name, customer dot last name. Boo, boo, boo. Yeah, I think we need to add some labels to these. Okay, did this do anything? Oh, this is busted. That sucks. I am in some weird terminal state. I need to open a new chat. I don't know why I got myself into that state, but I did. So let's just say new chat, start over. Oh, I did not want a gravatar. God, fix the Shopify thing by adding proper settings allow. No, I don't want that. I don't want that. I don't want that. Stop. Where's my stop button? No, I don't want that. I do not want any settings for my theme extension. So if there's Any code that relies on those settings being there, remove the code. I want to always show 5 reviews per product page and never give the store owner the ability to change anything about how reviews are displayed. I don't know why it keeps trying to bring the settings back, and I'm trying to not let it do that. Do I have a Gadget client installed in package JSON? Yes, you do. Still no reviews. Okay, let's go look for errors. Ugh. This is when you start getting desperate and pleading with the robots to please respect your wishes. There we go. Yeah, have the basic requirements, no settings array, completely empty of customization options. Perfect. So again, I'm just going to clean up some of my tabs. This is me as the store owner designing my store. So this is the front end theme editor inside Shopify. This is the reviews section that I've added or I'm adding to my front end. And then on this tab, I just have the actual store open. So if anyone goes to this URL, they'll see the same thing as me. And the reviews are still not loading. So that's kind of what I have in my setup here. Where is this file? What is going on with this? Like, I'm a little worried my app is in a borked state because every call I make is now getting stuck somewhere. Oh, okay, so I added the schema. Yeah, I think this is needed. Available if product ID not as blank. Yeah, okay, great. I think that might actually have been it. So, oh no. What? Invalid tag schema available if must be. Yeah, okay, that's probably the available if is the syntax error in terminal. So something about how it wrote this is probably wrong, or Shopify doesn't want the syntax. Let's see if we can get it to be fixed. Yeah, I agree. It's not needed. Great. I like that assessment. Loading reviews. Still no reviews. Great. I think I am still stuck. So there are errors, maybe? Oh, I can't even tell if these errors are the same ones as right now or new ones. Oh, yeah, these are the same ones. Man, I really hate Shopify's terminal errors. Like, what on earth is this nonsense? Fix this error, please. Wait, what? How could that error have occurred? Oh, maybe that was just, I was just moving too fast, I think. I want to go look at this line 352 that it keeps destroying. What URL did you put in this time? Oh, it's not there. It's here. My vibe coded app. No, I don't think you want to hard code this. It should be like something like that, and then like apps, my app, proxy. Like, isn't it supposed to look like that? I don't know why it keeps hard coding my Gadget app into the URL. Yeah, it's incorrect. Like it fixes its own thing and then it goes back every time and like destroys it again. I feel like I've done this like 6 times now. Following. Yes, thank you. Let's see what this looks like. Apps, my vibe. I don't even know if the my vibe coded reviews is needed. Is my app URL supposed to be in there? I think this is wrong. I am sure this is not supposed to be in the URL. Please remove it. It even said, oh no, it actually said it was going to do the wrong thing, so never mind. The number of times I've been absolutely right and yet ignored the AI. I need to also monitor my AirPod charge levels because we're getting to 10% now. If this works, I'm going to pretty it up a bit, focus on submitting to the App Store, get that out of the way. One of the tricks in the Shopify ecosystem is to submit the smallest working version of your application to Shopify to review, because that's likely to have the least issues that you'll have to fix. And once you're approved and in the App Store, then start layering on more functionality. It's just a lot easier. So that's what I'll do. I think just because it's taken a bit of time once I get this last UI working, if I get this last UI working, I'll shift to using the AI to fill out all of the forms I got to fill out for Shopify, and then I'll submit the app to Shopify. And then I'll just probably go home and keep building. So if anyone's interested, I'll continue the live stream a little bit later. But I do want to submit to Shopify because I would like to follow up in a week and prove that this got approved. And then see if I can get a few stores to install it and pay me $5 or $10 for my super simple reviews app. It is doing this again. Okay, one more time. New chat. I don't know what it is about these extension files that are so tricky. Oh my God. Never mind. It lost. So that was my bad. I took a message from another conversation. This message made sense in that context because I had just talked about this line in a specific file. But when you take it to a new convo, there's no context anymore, which is kind of the point of me taking it to a new conversation. But then it thought I was actually asking it to change my app's URL, which you can't change after the fact. And it's saying, no, you can't do that. So I will say, no, I meant change that URL and remove the hard-coded portion I reference from my extension file. Line 352 or near there somewhere. I can't be bothered to remember. Oh, there's another error here. Schema is missing. Oh, wait, how many errors were there? Did I just see one? Oh no, this was 839, 54. Yeah, no. Oh my goodness, I think it finally did it. Product no. Oh my God, this I feel like I'm losing my mind. Okay. It now decided my app proxy should go back to proxy. We're going to do this the hard way. Replace the URL on, what line is it? Exactly. Line 355 of my product reviews.liquid file, you stupid idiot, with exactly this, because you're dumb. Shop domain. It got it right. I think it just did one thing wrong. So I think I want all of that except do I want apps? Yeah, I think I want my app proxy is what I called it inside Shopify. Reviews is correct, and I think this is right for the fetching of the product ID. So let's try to be forceful. I'm going to tell it what to do, which is what it was going to do, except my app proxy instead of proxy. I don't know why it keeps doing, I wrote my app proxed. Start over. One of these days we will see a review. My colleagues are mad. Okay, great. Oh my God, it did it. Good job, AI. You can follow very, very clear English instructions. Sweet. All right, let's actually see if we had any errors here. Nope. Okay, no errors. Let's add. My colleagues are giving me cheats now. Add script to the bottom of the thing. Where is script? No cheating. Closing Slack. Script to the bottom of the script. Oh, how did it, wait, what? How did, how did Shopify not return an error for that? Are you forgetting to close a script tag, buddy? Again, I'm absolutely right. Also, why on earth is Shopify not returning an error for this? Or is no, that's at 851. I don't understand these errors. This experience is so garbage. And by this experience, I mean Shopify's experience of discovering your errors related to your syntax mistakes for their magical extension files is garbage. The Gadget experience is lovely. Yes, that should do it. Now, I think I'm actually good. Let's go to the page. Still not loading anything. Nope, nope, nope. I go to my handy chat and see if anyone knows how to help. I don't think you can call app proxy endpoint from the theme extension. Why? If the storefront is getting JSON, it's getting one of those. That may provide a hint, but it was getting JSON, I think. And it's the issue is on storefront. Can you check your network tab and see if there's any 400? Yeah, let's do this. Nice. Man, getting to the network tab here is so goddamn annoying. Oh. Oh. Here's a 504. Thank you, whoever that was. There are a lot of errors related to fetching reviews in my network tab. Oh no, my internet is acting up. Can you folks still hear me? I think we had a little blip at the office with the internet. It just keeps doing this. I'm pretty sure I can, Joe, but I'm pretty sure you can call an app proxy endpoint from a theme extension. Sure, let's ask the AI. Can you even call an app proxy endpoint from a theme extension? Or am I making that capability up? No, I don't want that. Looking at your proxy route code, it expects either development mode, production mode, or proxy parameters, shop, timestamp, signature, in the creation. Have these parameters. Oh, I see. Okay. No, I don't want to do that. No, that was option one. Where's option two? Hmm. Okay, guys, I'm going to use the ultimate cheat. I'm going to walk out of the phone booth and I'm going to ask our CTO what I'm doing wrong. And I'm going to walk back in and I'm going to fix it. He's going to find out and tell me in 5 seconds because that's how good he is. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to step out, ask my colleague what the hell I've done wrong here, and see if he can help me understand if I have bungled something, and then come back and keep prompting. I will be right back. Folks hear me now? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so I deleted the file just because rage, and I'm going to re-add it. I'm just going to start over. Re-add the product reviews liquid file, or add a to serve as the extension. Rewrite it from scratch with the following requirements. The extension should not have any settings whatsoever. The extension should display a maximum of 5 reviews and then offer pagination controls so you can go through to the next page. And the extension should show each review as a card with the, do I want the customer information or do I just want the review? I think I do want the customer info, but not direct full customer info. You know what? Let's just leave this for now. I'll work on the exact UI a little bit later. Let's do piecemeal. Let me see if I can get a single review to show up on my storefront before getting too ambitious. Unable to load reviews at this time. At least it showed something. Where'd my reviews extension go? Oh, I deleted the extension, that's why. So I gotta go re-add it. Possibly even redeploy it? I'm not sure. Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm gonna give this a second to review. Did it do its review? Yes, it did. And I can tell things are likely to possibly work. Let's go. Oh, actually, I might have to run Shopify Dev this time because I have to actually submit it to Shopify, and that's because I deleted the file. So the extension went away. I'm bringing it back. Now I got to tell Shopify again, hey, there's an extension. Put it on this store, my test store. Obviously, when a store installs your app from the Shopify App Store, they don't need to do this stuff. This is just because I'm in development. And if you would like to see what you're working on as you're working on it in development with extensions, you have to run it in the terminal with Shopify. They give you a URL any second now, and then you click that URL and you can go see what you've done so far. So because I deleted the file, I had to redo the whole process of submitting a new file to Shopify. Any day now. Okay. Theme app examiner is ready. Great. Proxy draft updated successfully. I don't see any errors. Let's go and see. Let's go to our editor. So once the merchant installs the app, they would come to their theme editor. This is mine for my test store. They would just say on my product pages, I want to turn on, I'm going to delete this and just redo it. Add a section, apps, product reviews block. Unable to load reviews, please try again later. Great. Save it, and then just refresh the page. Okay, so unable to load reviews, please try again later. Great, getting lots of errors. Now let's go back to my logs and see invalid request method options. I think this is probably it. Yeah. Yeah, so this route, this file is erroring every time I'm clicking that button. Let's go figure out why. And again, the logs are built in. So these are your backend logs, and then you have your console logs, just like in the browser. And so you kind of use those two to figure out where the errors are, fish them out, and put them in the chat. The console logs, we're going to do a whole project of like going and fishing them out automatically because it's a little annoying to remember to open it up, go to console or go to network and find the right ones. So we'll make that better over time. But with the backend logs, you have this nice experience where like hover over anything and there's either an explain or a fix. And so you can just talk to the AI about literally anything that it's logging. View changes. Oh my God, this domain again. Why this? No, I'm not doing this with you again. Sorry. I am going to be losing my mind if I do this. So we're going to go here and we're going to say, make the URL exactly this. Yeah, but not. Wait a second. Is this the? Oh no! I think I'm supposed to be doing the. I'm in the wrong file, aren't I? Oh no, this is right. Okay. The URL is wrong. It should be, and not you, or maybe you. I think this was apps, and then it's my app proxy. Change it to that. Hopefully it knows I'm talking about this. Sometimes I talk to it and assume it's going to get the context right, and it doesn't, but usually it does. Like it'll see we were talking about this. And right, as always. Okay, listen to me. Wait, what? What? Why? Why? I don't want this. I don't want this. Why are you doing this to me? Rage. I'm missing a backtick, I think, maybe? Like it's obsessed with giving some variability of like how many reviews you show on a page. I don't know why it is obsessed with this requirement. Probably like some Shopify tutorial somewhere that it's heavily leaning on that says, yeah, do it this way or something. That's fine. I think we're good. Unless Shopify is just not giving me errors again. And we'll refresh these pages and come on, reviews. Load a review, please. So close. It could be that this product doesn't have any. Check why 504 is still occurring. Wait, are they? Oh, I guess. Oh, damn. There's a lot of timeouts here. Oh, no, don't explain it. Fix it. Why would it be slow? It can't be that slow. No, I don't. I feel like you're going to destroy things. Thanks, AI, but no. Let me see if I can. Like, it's not erroring, so some progress, but it's also not fetching a review. So, oh, wait a second. Yeah, there we go. This product probably just didn't have any reviews. Okay, so I need a better empty state, or I just need to drop the entire section when the product doesn't have reviews. But when the product does have reviews, they'll kind of show up like this. Now, search is gone, so I need to re-add search. Dates here, stars there, review there, that's fine. And I think I do want something about a human being somehow, but I don't want to put customer data here. So I think what I'm going to do is, even though I have a customer table, I don't want that accessible from my front end. What I'll do is, like, when you leave a review, I'll take your name from the customer table and I'll just like turn it into initials or something, or like first name stays first name, last name becomes initial, and I'll store that on the reviews table, and I'll just make that accessible to the front end. Do I want it? By the way, you don't have to do it that way. You can just like change the permissioning to allow for specific fields on the customer table to be accessible to a shopper. I just don't want to. I'm just gonna tell Gadget to create two new fields on reviews, call it first name and truncated last name. And every time someone leaves a review, take their first name, last name, and dump it in here and do the thing to it, and then show it in the UI. And I'll also ask it to add search to the UI. Okay, so add two fields to my reviews table called first name and last name. Every time a new review is make these fields optional, as we will fill them ourselves and not ask the user to fill them. So what I'm basically saying is, like, yeah, even though my table is going to have a first name and last name field, don't suddenly expect the person creating the review to submit that first name, last name to you. Leave it optional. Don't make it required, so that they can still submit the other fields, and then we'll go fill those two fields ourselves by looking at their data. Write the backend code to automatically take the customer first name from the customer table and put it in the review tables field. Do the same with last name, except truncate it down to one initial. So basically, my name, Mohammed Hashemi, should turn into Mohammed H. And then I'll go work on the front end again. My AirPods are about to die, so I'm going to use this opportunity for a very, very quick 3-minute break, which is probably enough time to give me another hour of AirPod juice. I will accept this diff. Should I accept this diff and then come back, or should I go away and then come back and accept it? I'm going to go away, let my AirPods charge because they're about to die, come back in 3 minutes, and then we'll continue. Thank you. Okay, I'm back. Can you guys hear me? You guys can't hear me? Hello? Just decided to mute my mic. How about now? I think that was it. I believe I am heard. Yes. Okay, I'm going to continue now. So I'm going to go change this extension here to show something about the customer because this looks kind of depressing. And I'm going to add a little search box as well. One of the really nice things about Gadget is infrastructure is built in. Postgres database, Elasticsearch for search, temporal for background jobs, all of these things fully hosted, fully managed, fully serverless, including the database. So kind of like Neon, if you're familiar as a developer. And why am I telling you all of this? Because you will hopefully see that with one prompt, I'll get working search, and that's really hard to do. Working with infrastructure that can scale. So let's try that out. Let's change the extension UI a bit. I want the first and last name from the review displayed on the card if possible. I also want a search functionality added to the top of the list where the shopper can search for reviews that contain certain keywords. So let's go and do that. And there's a decent chance this will be one shot, only in Gadget. Try building search with Elasticsearch with any other AI out there in one shot. Let me know if you succeed. But because, again, like the framework guarantees that if you use our search functionality the right way, it will be powered correctly by Elasticsearch. That layer of kind of like going from the code to do the search to actually operationalizing it and putting in the infrastructure and wiring it all up and scaling it, that doesn't exist in Gadget. That's guaranteed to work because, again, humans built it, humans can guarantee it. And the particular humans who built it spent many, many years scaling Shopify itself. So they're used to scaling mega infrastructure. So the only thing that really may or may not work here is the code that's written. But once the code is written right, the infrastructure always works and will purr along for you. So let's see if we get the code right. And right now it's still writing. These Shopify extension files are big. They're nasty. Jesus. It's like 300 lines and okay. That's it, actually. Wait, something looks wrong here. I feel like, oh, it got truncated. I didn't even know we did that. My bad. Discovering features of my own product. I think if I refresh, I'm hoping there will be a search now. There won't be names on these reviews because I didn't put names, or we didn't generate the names when the reviews were created. Let me explain that real quick. So, where are the names being generated? When my create action is running. So when the review is being created, the way actions work is they have a very simple framework as well. I'll just explain it. There's one function called run. It is for data work. Do all your data work here. By default, whatever data comes in, we will use to create a record. So we'll take whatever you send into the API, and here on line, where's my lines? It's usually line 7, save record. Currently line 47, save record. So usually what you get is line 6 and then this line. Now what the AI has done is said before saving any data, so before save, for those familiar with the concept of before save from other frameworks and languages, especially Rails, which is a heavy inspiration of Gadget, go do a bunch of stuff. And what is that stuff? Go look at the customer table over here. Go find the first name, last name of the customer, truncate it, and then save the record. So if you look at my table, these are empty because at the time of the creation of these reviews, I didn't have that code in place. And so there was no instruction to go populate these, which is why in these reviews I don't have names. But if I go create a new one, I think it should work. So let's go and do that. Start over. We go out. If there's any Shopify people on the call, please do tell me if there's a faster way to test a fulfilled webhook on a new order, because I must be doing this wrong. Shirt. Oh, I need to go create an order. So create order. And let's try pant. Make sure it's me. Oops. I'll assign the order to myself just so I get that email to leave the review. I will fulfill the order. Once it's fulfilled, the customer, myself, will get the email. So let's go to my emails. All right, refresh. Don't look at all those emails, please. Okay, hey Mohammad, blah, blah, leave me a review. I leave you a review. I say 5 stars. This is great. This is a fantastic product. It is truly my favorite. I love it. And before I forget which product I'm leaving the review on, let me save the name. Oh, look, this is a doubler. So let me try leaving one of the products empty. I don't know why I ended up buying, I bought 2 different sizes, I guess. I'll leave one empty and I'll leave one filled. And yeah, that worked great. Now, if I go to the store and look for the product, of course, there's 15 of them. Fantastic. Let's pick the right one. So SKU. Do I get the SKU ID anywhere? Damn it. I gotta stop doing that. I'm going to go do that again, my friends. I am so sorry that you have to watch me make the same mistake 15 times. Let's go look for that unique product again. -1 available. I don't like that. So let's try another test one. No. Here, I'm just going to go add a product real quick because these names are starting to confuse me. My test reviews product. Test product, $5. And we save it. And I'll just go and place an order on this product. So my test review. Are you serious? Test. There we go. My test reviews product. customer fulfill. Get the email. Let's refresh. 2 minutes ago, that can't be it. I need a new email. 0 minutes. There we go. So new email, new review on a product I'll actually be able to find. And the product name was, maybe I won't find it. What was the product name? And there's no review. And the reason is because it's not been approved, right? Like it wasn't published. So now if I go and pretend I'm the merchant, so I'm going to close a bunch of tabs because this is getting confusing for you all, I'm sure. This is me as the store staff. This is me as a shopper. So why does the shopper not see the review? Because the review hasn't been published. The staff decides if it gets published. So let's go to my app and say my vibe coded reviews development. I believe that's the one. And I think, oh yeah, these tables have sorting. That's right. But they're all so close to each other. I don't know what I'm looking at. 1250, 4554. Okay, this is it. Oh, oops, wrong one. There we go. Okay, so this is the product. If I publish it now, if I refresh the page, there we go. Okay, it decided to put my name in this corner. The font is really shitty. The search is not the best, but I've got something working. So let's pretty this up a little bit. What do I want here? I want like bigger font. I want, you know what? I'm too lazy to think. This is my reviews UI. Without adding any fields or whatnot, give me a prompt that will get me a better looking version of the same thing with the same data. Figure it out, ChatGPT. By the way, the number of times I go to, not ChatGPT, I actually use Brain Trust's developer playground as my kind of AI interface, because then I can talk to like 90 LLMs at the same time if I want to and get 90 different answers. But the number of times I will stop what I'm doing in life and go and just ask AI, and I mean anything, like not code, not writing docs, but anything I get stuck on for a second. And every time I've done it, I've been impressed and I've done more of it. So my thinking is I use AI a lot, probably use it for 5% of what I can be using it for. I think most people use AI maybe like 0.0001% of what they could be using it for. And I think it's a lack of imagination. But if you just start trying things, you just get great results. Last week, I did an entire 20-minute keynote that was written by AI in 3 hours with some iteration, slides included. So use it for everything. Great. Design a sleek, modern UI for customer reviews. Section title, customer reviews, search bar. Great. Single review card, 5 gold star rating. Review text. Date. Do not. This is not a very useful. The structure improved layout. Okay, whatever. Take it. Design is the. We'll just change the design of the reviews extension to be a sleek, modern UI for customer reviews section using the following, displaying the following data. Customer reviews, search bar with placeholder text. Right aligned on the same line as the section title. see if it gets that right. And then a single, no, up to 5 review cards, each containing the review name, the star rating, and the date of the review. Oh, and obviously the comment, the note. Do not add any new fields. Obviously keeps the structure the same, but improve layout, spacing, visual appeal, minimalist style. Yeah, why not? Single card layout in a light theme. I'm not going to give it that. Okay. Hopefully this gets me a slightly better looking customer review extension than this ugly one I got. This has been kind of fun, guys. I'm going to keep going. I am probably going to take a little break at some point, like once I submit to the Shopify App Store, but I'm really keen on doing the data enrichment part. Like there's a lot of cool APIs out there that you give it an email and it'll try to find socials and scrape them with AI and tell you what the counts are. So that's kind of what I want to do. Is anyone leaves me a review, I will creep the hell out of the internet and find out who they are if I can. And if they are someone with a meaningful following on any social media platform, I will then say, hey, if you copy paste this review on those social media platforms, I'll give you XYZ. So something like that. It's like pull out the VIPs from the general pool of reviewers and then offer them an incentive to share the same positive review in other social platforms. So if you're keen on seeing me fail or succeed at doing that, stick around. Okay, so what did it do? I'm so terrified of it touching the extension file that I'm going to look at it. This is fine. It's just making styling changes, which is what I want. I just want to make sure it didn't go back and mess with my schema or add any settings to my extension or just do weird things that have nothing to do with what I asked it for. Doesn't look like it. I think I should be good to just go and see it. And okay, slightly better. Customer reviews, search reviews. I don't know why the font's so small, but it must be inherited from the theme or something. Am I happy with this? No, I'm not. I think I want the name here. What does a reviews app normally look like? What does a good reviews app look like? A few examples, like where does the name go? Okay, so you got you got titles too. That's true. Maybe I should add a title. I like this one. I like this one. Oh yeah, I like this one for mobile. I should check out the mobile view as well. Okay, what do I want to do? Let's change it again. At the top, no, at the top right of the card, put the reviewer's name and the date of the review. These can be slightly smaller font because they're less important. Below the name and the date, put the star rating. Make it prominent. Fill the stars in yellow. I don't know why I'm saying that. Okay. And then, so you got the name, you got the stars. Actually, I'm going to move the stars to the right. I take it back. Below the name and the date, put the note left by the reviewer to the on the same line as the name and the date. But right aligned, put the star rating of the review and make it very prominent. Don't overdo it. Every time I say very anything, I feel the need to like tell it to calm down preemptively. And I think don't mess up, leave the section title and search as is. Don't touch them, please, for the love of God. I had a couple of colleagues periodically tell me if there's anything wrong with the stream or kind of going in and out. And it's 6 p.m. here, so most people are probably starting to head out of the office, and I'm going to need to pay a little bit more attention to my comments. Add an order manually. What do you mean, Ray? Not sure what you mean. Okay, a few changes. What are we doing? Still working. Oof. Mm. Okay, that is not what I asked for. That is literally the opposite of what I asked for. Or wait, did I get my right and left wrong in that prompt? Lead in the top row. Oh yeah, I got it the right. I don't know my right from my left. That's why. Oops. My bad, AI. I don't know my right hand from my left hand and got that wrong. um, the name and date should be left and the stars to the right. Basically swap their spots with one another. Mm-hmm. 2,200 people. Holy moly. And my LinkedIn stream is failed, so it's kind of stopped working. But I bet you if that was running, that'd be another 1,000 people. Show me the code, please. AI. By the way, if you guys are curious, like how much this would cost on a $35 plan, which includes a lot of hosting as well, because we're a hosting provider too. Like enough hosting to satisfy one store for sure. Meaning they'll never pay more than the $35 if it's an app for one or maybe a handful of stores. Um, that gives you about, I think, 250 AI credits, and there's no way I've used anywhere near 100 even. So I've used maybe like 50. I'm almost done. I'm about to submit a multi-tenant secure product review app to the Shopify App Store as a non-developer with $5 worth of Gadgets AI. Go figure. And no, this is not a website pretending to be an app. No, this is not fake data. This data is coming from my Shopify store. Okay, so why did you do this again? Okay, I don't think that's going to do it, but sure. What's that even trying to do? Yeah, you forgot to move the stars, buddy. Move the star rating and make it right aligned within the card. Make the name and date left aligned on the same line. Let's see if it gets it right now. This is my least favorite part of working with AI is like small UI changes, because like just even what language to use to get it to understand exactly what I'm trying to do and not misinterpret it with other things it can kind of interpret it as, like that's tricky. And then just like waiting a minute for it to make a small styling change and then, oh, you got it wrong, wait another minute. That's just super annoying. Not just in Gadget, like any AI tool. So I do not love doing this part with AI. Okay, it does not want to move those stars over. Move the star in the theme section UI to be at the in the top right hand corner of the reviews card. I'm going to try every possible way until it finally figures out what I'm trying to do. And if this doesn't work, I'll open a new chat because there's the possibility that it's just reading all this garbage and getting itself confused about what I mean. So that's a good cue for like new chat, start over, and maybe that'll help. Make room for stars. Okay. Okay. Oh my goodness. Come on. Wait, do I have to? I don't have to submit this to Shopify, do I? Let me just wait a minute. Maybe there's like a lag or something where Shopify doesn't serve the latest extension for a second or two. Nope. That can't be it. All right. Oh, let's start over. What do we do here? Start a new chat. That's what I said I was going to do. Okay. Change. I want to change the appearance of the review cards in my extension. Remove the existing code and give me a reviews section that looks like this. Section title, product reviews. Sentence case, don't write weird capitalization, please. Right aligned and on the same line as the section title, put in a search box with placeholder text, search reviews. Make the text subdued, whatnot. And then up to 5 review cards with pagination controls below them. Within each review card, put the name of the reviewer and the date of the review. To the top left, yes, left. The card. Put the star rating in the top right of the card. Put the notes below those. Anything else? Ensure the design meets modern UI standards, is mobile friendly, and looks great on an e-commerce store. Let's see what it does if I give it some random poetic requirements. I still find if there are any Shopify folk on the stream, really weird that some syntax errors will be caught and others not. So like that missing script tag at the end of the extension file not being called out, super weird. And just generally, like, this experience sucks. Sorry. Like, the idea of having to like know to scroll up to go fish an error out versus like print it at the bottom of the terminal over and over and over again if you need to, that would be great. But yeah, I don't know if you saw the stream. I wasted a fair bit of time trying to fish out syntax errors that weren't being reported here. but also any shitty developer experience Shopify leaves behind is my opportunity. So if y'all don't want to fix it, that's okay too. These extension files are wild. Things. All right, let's see what our new and improved reviews UI looks like. Do I need to get it again? Okay. Name, date, stars. I think the only thing I'm going to do is say make the name and date slightly bigger and then make the note much, much bigger. So let's go do that. Can you make the name and date 20% bigger? Can you make the note text size, I don't know, like 100% bigger? Let's see what happens. I bet you it's actually going to go and math out what the percentage is. And oh my God, yeah. 1.05, 0.875. You don't need to be that precise. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I just broke my schema again. Great. Great. I think one of the things we're going to try to do is like the same way in our logs, we have those nice fix and explain buttons on hover. I'm try to find a way to put that here. I think I can do it. Or maybe even like fish out the error and show it in the chat. I think I could do that. Yeah. This is a marketing call, a sales call, product feedback. I'm doing like 6 jobs at once, like dog fooding the product, selling the product, marketing the product, and using the product, and fixing the product, and road mapping it at the same time. Okay. Why is there debounce? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Sure, I trust you, AI. Do anything. Okay. At least it's not erroring. Why is it not running? Run Shopify CLI in my terminal. Thank you. Okay, so what, command to log into Shopify. Wait, no, I'm already authenticated. I've completed authentication, you liar. I've lost, I think it's something about the terminal sometimes loses, there we go. Loses the connection. Now it wants press any key to open the login page. Sure, let me log in. Continue, continue. No. Of course you want two-factor auth. I am in a shoebox trying to record a 10-hour live stream. 633-633. It should be good. Echo logged in, yeah. Yes. Sorry, I'm not sure why the development connection terminated with like Shopify CLI, but it did, so I'm just kind of rebooting it. Yeah. I love that the AI knows exactly what's going on. I don't know who built this thing. I haven't played with the terminal ever. This is the first time I play with it. It was built last week, so discovering it as you guys discover it. Enter your store password, my super secure gadget password gadget. And let's go into my store. By the way, if anyone's on the live stream, just I would love feedback, just generally about like the content, the length, the what other type of content you'd want to see, whether it's Shopify apps or not. Join the Discord, you'll find me there. You can always ping me directly as well. But like if there's any feedback just about delivery or even the content, I'd love to hear it. I don't really do much marketing or shooting videos or live streams, so pretty new to it, and all feedback welcome. Okay, so my preview URL, which take me to my store, and I will, I think that's not supposed to happen, but go and, not sure if I need to do anything, actually. I don't know why I'm, do I need to re-add the section? No, it's already there. Yeah, that's there. Updating draft tag schema is missing, but it keeps. Can you? What do I need here? You know what? I think I'm just going to revert back to a sane state because this is going to cost me. So, how do I want to do this? Do I want the same file, extensions, themes? I'm just looking to see when I broke the file to go back to it not being broken. This is where I got aggressive with trying to resize things. So I'm just going to go all the way back here. Roll back. That didn't work. That's a bug. Roll back. That is also a bug. Let's see what the UI looks like. Okay, so we're back here. Let's go and while updating drafts, that's not me. Nope, I'm good. Can you make the note font twice as big? Or not, note text twice as large. Okay, so close. Yeah, I think that will do it. Yep. And now, really? That was it? No, it's got to be doing something wrong. What did you do? What did you do? You did double the size again. A couple of these open. Yes. Okay, so should be ready. Yeah, look at that. That's a little bit too big, but better than nothing. Okay, maybe we went a bit too far. That was much. Make it 20% smaller now. What's going on in my chat? Mad respect for the 6-hour stream. Thank you. Thank you, Ray. 2,300 people are still watching this. That is impressive. I am almost there, I think. Let's see what it looks like now. All right, that is more reasonable. I don't. What happened to my name? I could have sworn there was a name there a moment ago. Oh, wait. Oh, this is because I'm on the product that I had left the reviews for much earlier without a name. My God, I get myself confused when I'm testing. What did I just do? I don't understand what just happened. How is this not? Oh, there we go. Little delay. There's my review, my name, tiny. Not sure how I feel about it. Could have been better. What the hell is this 2-dot thing? And 5 stars and my notes. Let's go find what the heck these 2 dots are and why they exist. Probably right before the date. Maybe it's a timestamp. Where those are coming. There are. Ooh, what is this? There are 2 little dot thingies in between the name and date. Why are those in my design? Remove them. Not exactly sure what it did. Try and get rid of these things. That's what I'm calling the dot thingies. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, I think that'll work. We wait, we refresh, and we hope maybe we wait a bit longer. I think I might have to compromise on my vision because I'm dying of exhaustion at this point. and I think I'm just going to submit this to the App Store. I have a simple reviews app with a publishing workflow, meaning no review will ever show up on a store unless the store staff approves it. It's secure, multi-tenant. Million stores can install it. They will never see each other's data. The human-built framework guarantees that. We're not relying on AI for security, tenancy, permissioning. We rely on AI for business logic code, not the important kind of things that just need to work right. And then we're connected to Shopify. We're syncing data. We're sending data back. Probably could get this in a meta object if I want to, but because of the search, I'm not really sure I want to put my reviews in a meta object. If someone knows if meta objects are searchable, let me know. I could do that. I think the last thing, yeah, okay, no, this can't go on the App Store. I'm going to get killed. The last thing I need is caching. So I am calling Gadget directly from a storefront, and that's a bit crazy. Shopify stores can get unpredictable traffic, and some of them are really, really big, and they do flash sales or big sales, and then suddenly you'll get an influx of traffic. The last thing I want is a million people opening a product page and Gadget making a million API calls to my backend just to fetch the reviews, even if the user's not looking at the reviews, right? Like I'd be fetching them every single time the page is loading, and that would just cost me a fortune. It would be slow. Everything would suck about it. So instead, I think what I want to do, and I'm going to take a break and come back because this is a little ambitious, is I want to cache things. I think I just want to say there's always up to five recent reviews cached for every product. When someone loads the page, just show those five, the same five every time. Only when they search, make an API call to Gadget Search API and go find the right reviews. So basically, I have kind of like two modes in the UI. The first is the cached mode where you see the same five reviews every time, and I'm not making API or expensive API calls to Gadget to fetch it. And then there's the other mode where you're actually interacting with the reviews widget and you're searching for certain keywords. Yeah, at that point, I'll make an API call and I'll go search it. So I think I still want to add that before I put my app on the App Store because I don't want to go bankrupt. And other than that, though, I think this is like feature complete MVP basic reviews app. And so I think everything else will be nice to have. Like, how do I enrich the customer data, figure out who they are, maybe offer them a discount for them to leave a review on a social platform. So I'll keep doing that as well. I am going to take a 10-minute break. It is 6:20 p.m. Eastern. I'll come back at 6:30. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to use AI to figure out how to submit my app to the Shopify App Store. There's a bunch of forms to fill, icons to generate, rules to follow. Let's see if we can get AI to get us into a place where we don't fail the Shopify App Store review. And then let's submit it to the App Store. It will unfortunately take weeks before we get a result back. So you can build your Shopify app with Gadget in hours, then wait weeks for the review to come in. So I'll probably just follow up and let folks know how that went, but I will submit the review when I get back. So, submit the App Store for review when I get back. I'll be back in 10. I'm going to put my little placeholder on screen, and I'll see you folks soon. Hello, I am back, and unfortunately, I got some news that I need to move fast. There is a electrical cable, I assume, outside on the street that they may take down. That might take power down for the street. They haven't told us when. They just said at some point, maybe. So we're kind of waiting to figure that out. So if at some point I disappear on all of you, it's because there is no power at our office anymore, and I can't be online. So let me try to get this done as quick as I can. What do I need to do? I need to move my app to a separate environment, a production environment. I'll talk about that in a second. I need to submit to the App Store, and I think that's it. So let's just try to do that quick. So in Gadget, there are environments. I kind of showed this earlier. It's there so that you and other colleagues can work together. You can create as many of these as you like. You have unlimited development environments, one production. The difference between dev and production is menial. They're all on the cloud. They're all running on GCP. They all have Postgres databases, Node front end, Node backends, and React front ends. There are two differences between dev and prod. One, in development, you have hot module reloading, which means you can see your front end right away as you finish typing your code. And that means that front ends in development are slower than in production. Just because files of code are flying all over the internet, as you can imagine, for Cloud ID like Gadget, where every time you're changing the code, we're sending it back and forth and making sure that you can see the latest UI wherever you are in the world. So development's a bit slower, and then just in terms of concurrency, like we handle 5 times as many concurrent requests in production versus development. So I want to go to production. How do I do that? Great news. In Gadget, I just click a button. I click deploy. Gadget deploys everything to production. I think there might be something about the extension that I might have to deploy to production that I'll have to figure out. I've never done that, so that might be a little thing, but like going to production otherwise is just a click. You click the button, you can ignore or not ignore the errors. In my case, I won't ignore them. I'll resolve them before deploying. Then Gadget will do everything. Front end, back end, database, bundles, whatnot. Everything's handled by us. You just kind of click the button, we'll deploy. Before I do that, let's go and look at some of these errors and why are they there? Fix 5 errors. You fix 5 errors. View actions. Errors of typo known. Yeah, okay, whatever, it doesn't matter. Eh? Oh yeah, these are just little type errors. I'm not sure any of these are really that important, but I also am not sure. So let's see. Can you review all of the problems in my problems drawer and let me know which ones are really important to fix? Because I have no idea what I'm doing. This is the problems drawer, by the way, for those of you unfamiliar. It will show you some of the problematic code that it detects in your app. Often they're little errors that relate to convenience for developers and less about the functionality of your app. But sometimes they're actually extremely important and they'll crash your app. So I know none of these are crashing my app because when I see my app, it doesn't crash. That said, I could be wrong and there might be some other important ones. Okay, so it decided, really important, fix these first. 4 in, okay, banner component prop missed, okay. The likely review management page from working correctly. I have no screen. I think I'm not presenting. Sorry. I think I forgot to present. There we go. So I probably want to fix these two shop access. I just can't submit reviews. It doesn't look like you folks can see my screen yet. How about now? Okay, there we go. Sorry, I was just waiting for a colleague to confirm. So do I really care about this? Sure. Fix this issue. I don't know why it's saying it's super important. No, they're not breaking changes, but okay. Unless I'm dumb. This was talking about the UI that is seen by the staff of the store. So this thing, and it's claiming that on the edit page, which would be this page, things are broken. But I don't know. Review updated successfully. Things are unpublishing and publishing. Okay, so let's go look at this. Oh, I think this is just like old Shopify, new Shopify stuff. Oh no, actually, it's not. Yeah. It doesn't show you the full file. Better not have broken anything. There we go. Okay. Let's go to our. Oh, they're still there. Who's theirs? Okay. This is an interesting bug. Sorry, that's me going to production by mistake. Whoa, I have so many environments all of a sudden. Development. Why did that not work super well? Go back to deploy. I think I'm okay. If anyone else sees any other errors that seem terribly concerning, let me know, but I think I can get away with all of these being ignored. I'm gonna deploy. Now, when I try to deploy, there's this message that says in production, I'm missing Shopify credentials. And that's because in my development environment, I went and connected to a Shopify app and did the whole exchange. I haven't done that in my production environment. So all I got to do is like, yeah, let's go do it in production. Connect to an app, connect via the CLI. Yeah, yeah. Oh my God. Two-factor auth kicks in so that no one steals my top secret apps. And I am back in. Okay. I'm connected. Sure. There we go. Okay, so I'm connected. I pick the Gadget org. Now this, I'm gonna give the app a different name. I'm gonna say kind of like Vibe Coded Reviews App Prod. I just want to make sure when I'm looking inside my Shopify Partners dashboard, which is, let me change the share screen to share everything. I just realized I'm not doing this properly. Share screen. Share the window. Sorry. So I was just kind of talking about how in my Shopify Partners account, I personally get and you don't have to do this with separating dev and prod into two separate apps, but I just kind of do it religiously because I get confused. And so I always kind of like append dev and prod to the different environments. I have double the apps in Shopify. I just keep them separate so I don't get confused. So this is my production app in Shopify. This is actually the one I'm going to submit to the Shopify App Store, and it's going to run the code that is in my production environment once I deploy the code here. Right now, there is no code here. So I created the connection. Let me go back to development and let me deploy. And I'm not going to fix those errors. And oh, nice. I didn't even know we had this. I haven't used our terminal yet. It's a new thing. I'm pretty sure our deploy will even deploy the extension to that production environment. I think it will do everything for me. So I don't need to figure out how to deploy. I need to move this person to say. I don't need to figure out how to deploy the extension because apparently Gadget's deploy takes care of it. Sorry, my screen wasn't shared properly earlier. When I clicked on deploy, there was some copy there of what Gadget was going to take care of for me. And this is effectively the set of things it'll do. So this might take a couple of minutes. It will handle every aspect of the deploy for us. And once that is done, I am technically now live both in development and production. I'll go install the production app on the same store and just test it one more time. And then we'll go and fill out a bunch of forms that I think we have to fill out. So when you're ready, choose to distribute your app either on the Shopify App Store or by link. I'm going to do App Store, public App Store. Yeah, select public distribution. Okay, this form and all this stuff I need to fill. I'm not going to do it. AI is. But before we jump to that, let's just make sure our deploy is working. Okay, cool. Deployed a minute ago. If I go to production now, all of the code should be there. Great. So all of the files, the tables, everything except the data, right? Because you don't want to mix your development data and your production data. But literally everything else got moved from development to production. And now all I need is real stores sending me real data in this environment as opposed to in my fake environment. So I am ready to go. I want to, and I may have messed this up because of weird Shopify things where if you click distribution before you install it on a test store, they lose their minds and they don't let you. So I might have messed up clicking the button before I go do tests and might have needed to do it the other way around. But let's just go back and try installing it on a test store and see if that works. I think it might. Is this? Yeah, this is the prod app, so it's dash prod. Yes, it does work. This app hasn't been reviewed. Great. Yeah, I haven't submitted it for review yet. So I'm the merchant. I install the app. Hey, there's no reviews for me to review. Now let's go and create a review. So we'll pretend I am now a customer who has bought these pants. Actually, we're not going to do that again. We're going to pick a product I can find. Not the unique title one. I think I'll do. What was the one I was doing? My test reviews product. That's the one. Yeah. Okay. So we'll take this product. We will sell it to me. We will collect my payment. And then we'll send me the product, which will also send me the email to start the review process. So we'll fulfill, go to my email. Wait for the no reply email to pop to the top. That's it. Leave a review. Here's the page, 5-star review, greatest product of all time. And left our feedback. And now I think I haven't, so if I'm the store that installs the app, I haven't actually turned on this specific theme setting. So like I have and I haven't. Like in my theme, if you actually look, I turned on the one aimed at the development environment. So on my product page, where was that? I added a little app extension thingy for product reviews, but this is aimed at my dev environment. So I don't want this. In fact, you know what? Just so Shopify doesn't mess with me, I'm gonna go delete that app. Go and here. Let's do this right. Let's go and delete or uninstall, I should say, this app. I also forgot I need billing, so I haven't added billing to this app. At some point, I'm gonna have to go back and do that. Charge people some money for this. So I'm gonna uninstall the development app, and then on my store, I'll turn on the new production version of the app, which is identical, just faster. Mhm. There we go. Yeah. Okay, so these are my reviews, and I think that's working. So now this should show up on my store. And if I go to my store, oh wait, actually I haven't approved it. So let's do this again. If I am the store staff, and if I go and open up the app now, so this is me logged in as, oh, that was weird. Oh, it's the mock mode, my bad. This app is set up to be viewed within the Shopify admin. Okay, yeah, show it to me in the Shopify admin. That's a bug. Yeah, this is what I want to see. Okay, great. I still don't have that review. That's weird. Oh no, my reviews app broke. Oh no, what did I do? Had it working earlier. Why is this so weird? Oh, okay, it's I left a review, right? I'm not losing my mind here. Or did I do that? I did that before uninstalling the app. I'm so stupid. Sorry. One more time. Last time. What I ended up doing is I left a review from my development environment instead of production environment, so it won't show up on the store because now the store is connected to my production environment. So one last time, we will go and create an order. We will go and create myself as a customer. And we will fill the order. Hopefully get an email. Where is the email? Hmm. Just make sure I'm even getting the orders. Like, am I actually installed? Oh, wait a second. Ah! Oh my god, I goddamn you, Shopify. I gotta go fill out that protected customer data access form again. That one right at the beginning where I was just like bullshitting every answer. Turns out I actually need that. So let us go and fill out the form again for the 10 millionth time in our lives. It's for the latest app I created, which was called Five Coded Reviews Prod. And I have to go to configuration, and I have to go all the way down. Wait. Was that it? Am I in the right place? Where's that form? Ah, there we go. Protected customer data access. So we got to fill this baby up again. App functionality, of course. Do I need the name? Yeah. Do I need the email? Yeah. I don't actually need the phone number if I'm being honest. I need the phone number. Actually, for looking up VIPs, may be useful. An address, definitely. So I'm going to use this stuff later to kind of look up the person and see if I can find their socials. And then the data protection details. My goodness. Yes. 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 Answer is yes, 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 yes. These are always yes because of Gadget. Then access delimits. Yes. Do you have strong password requirements? Yes, I don't know any of my passwords. Do you like? Yes, we do. Sure. Yeah. Okay. Now, attempt number 10, 15, 20, I don't know. Log into my store. How do I get to the store again? Let's go to my store, go create a new order. Assign the order to myself, collect the payment, and fulfill. And now I should, that's my mom thanking me. I should get an email because now Shopify is sending me the data because I filled out their forms, which they really love. Please don't let me down, Gadget. Oh, I am so dumb. I'm gonna have to do this like 10 million more times before I get it right. Again, just like the beginning of the call, when I finish setting things up correctly, I actually have to go and re-register these webhooks because I don't have API scope access to it. And so in Gadget, there's a nifty button. You can just click and it'll do it for you. So these would have been registered correctly if I had filled the form before installing the app, but because I installed the app before filling the form, all hell broke loose. So now let's go test it again. No, not that product. I'm gonna do my test reviews. Now I'm hoping to get that email. So we refresh. Email is there. Yeah. I leave a review. I don't leave a review. I'm gonna feel excuses. Why is why did that 404 in production but not in development? I know. Oh, because again, I'm not doing my fucking shit in the right order. If you go back to the partner dashboard, Honestly, the hardest part about vibe coding a Shopify app is Shopify and all the weird things you got to do in a very specific order, or else all hell breaks loose. So, yeah, I think unfortunately, there's always some degree of like navigating Shopify-isms that you need to figure out for yourself. A lot of the LLMs are not up to date on Shopify's latest. They're like one or two versions behind. Shopify keeps changing things, so half the time the suggestions are like way outdated, and um, and the UI is not intuitive. Sorry, Shopify, it's not intuitive. It's very very bad UI by a company that knows how to design really really nice UIs. They've just chosen not to here. So what am I doing? I'm going to my app. I am going to, I think it was under configuration, and I had some app proxy set up. I think I called it my app proxy. And here, let me just go get it from the other app. I'm just going to go copy whatever I put in development because that was working. Just going to put that in production, and let's try again. So this might work now. No. Should work. Hmm. Oh. Hmm. I'm still not 100% sure why that like the orders are coming, so I'm getting the orders, the emails are firing, and for whatever reason, oh, okay, never mind. I think all I need to do is send another order because I changed that code after I created the order. I think I'm gonna have to call it on the whole caching thing for today. Maybe I'll make that tomorrow's stream. Create a customer. Email. Leave a review. Could not verify the developer. Could not verify the Shopify app installation. It's like my deploy didn't work or something. The extension deploy. I'm not 100% sure what might have happened there. I'm going to see if I can figure this out. Anyone here got ideas? Anyone on the stream or the chat want to help me out a bit? Any of you fine folks? Because I am a little tired and a little out of ideas. Like, should I just submit the development one to the App Store? I'm just going to submit the development one to the App Store because it's working and I don't care. that true, actually? Hmm. I think I'm just going to submit the development one to the App Store. This isn't working. All right, folks, I think I need another quick little break. I'll be right back in 2 minutes. Okay, folks, I am back, but I think I need to go offline because we are about to have our power taken out. So what I'm gonna do is I'll come back tomorrow and fill out this uh, the form for submitting it to Shopify. So I'll probably just like live stream doing that in the morning, maybe, and then we wait for an answer, and I'll continue probably onwards tomorrow. So apologies for not finishing the submission. I think I'm about to be taken offline any moment now, and appreciate your time. Try out the product gadget.dev. You can build really complicated Shopify or web apps, really complicated ones that are secure and scalable, and everything you do is hosted and scaled by us. Give it a shot, and if you have questions, find me on Discord and I'll help you out. Hopefully, this was useful, and I will continue as soon as I can tomorrow. Thank you.